Hey, hey guys. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, I'm back. Hey, Aaron. All right, welcome back, guys, to my live stream. 2024 new Ghostface Q&A. Uh, um, Sorry about that. There was audio issue. People couldn't hear me, um, so I had to completely uh, start over the live stream. There was like 5 people tuned in. That sucks. I had people in the live stream, which was great. I was like, it was like just perfect time to start, like, you know, a people ask questions and answer questions. So hopefully I can start over. We all can start over with this live stream, despite the technical difficulties. Um, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to um, but before I ended my live stream, I screen capped questions that were asked from fans. I don't want to. I didn't want to get rid of those questions, so I screen captured them. So I'm going to start asking and then answering those. All right. So the first question comes from Rachel Chase, and she asks, "How was the scripting process for New Ghostface? Were there any ideas that you really wanted to do, but for one reason or another couldn't?" That's a good question. I haven't answered questions from you guys in a long time. Uh, so, how was the scripting process for New Ghostface? Well, the scripting process was very fun. It was very fun experience. It was very fun. Uh, it was way more fun than pretty much any Scream fan film that I've made. Uh, uh, any script that I've written for any Scream fan film. I've had a lot of fun always writing the Scream movies. They're honestly probably the most fun that I've written of all my scripts. Um, they're just really fun, and it's a fun plot. It's fun to create the characters and to basically live in the Scream world when you're writing, and coming up with that kind of story. It's very exciting, and this was very exciting. New Ghostface was the whole experience writing it. I had nonstop fun. I didn't have any moment when I was writing the script where I was in misery or didn't want to write the script. It was insanely fun, and I would probably say the most fun I've had writing any screenplay in my lifetime. I've written a lot of scripts, but this one was a lot of fun to write, and I think also because it was a lot of fun too. The movie had a lot of fun in it, and my movies are. I mean, I'm so used to my film being very serious, very dark, very heavy in tone, and not having a lot of fun in them. And New Ghostface, there was a lot of fun with this one. Even though it's still intense, it's still scary and everything. There's humor and some moments, also some improv, and that's what was fun. Also with the script, the process for it was um, finding elements of the script where I know I could use improv with the actors because I was having these actors already play themselves. So I wanted it to feel more real. If they're playing themselves, I don't want it to feel scripted. I want it to feel natural. I want it to feel like you're really hearing real dialogue and it doesn't sound like you're listening to a script. So the scripting process was wonderful. Were there any ideas that you really wanted to do, but for one reason or another couldn't? Budget. Budget is mainly the main reason why there were things that I could have done but didn't, and the main reason for that, of course, is money. When you have a very, very small budget, I mean, my budget is nothing. I make these movies with nothing. A lot of my movie equipment, my props, my costumes. I mean, I made fan films and short films going all the way back to 2009, back when I was 14. So going back years ago, the amount of costumes that I've saved, the props that I've saved throughout those movies, because there were props that I never used with those old movies because I didn't have the time. I didn't have. There were certain reasons why I couldn't include those props, but I knew at some point in the future with other movies I could use those props, or was hoping I would. So I held on to props throughout my entire life. And so when I make these movies, wherever which one I choose, I have props already for them. And anything I have to get is like fake blood, which is very cheap and is not hard to get at all. I would always go to the party store all the time and would just get blood there. Um, uh, Other things is like makeup or makeup, maybe for the characters or a look of a character. And some things new, but overall, though, it's not a whole lot that I have to um, get for these movies. There's not a whole lot I have to do at all. I already have my cameras, I already have like everything that is needed. Just go and I write a script. My sister or my mom, their friends, any of them want to be in my films. That's how I get them to be in my movies. Um, and they do it all nonprofit, and it's really great. Um, uh, that process. So yeah, and I'm grateful because it's not easy getting actors, and that's probably the hardest part of making a film is getting actors. Um, other difficult parts, of course, to a movie, but getting an actor is very, very challenging. So I'm really lucky that it's not a too difficult process for me with actors. Um, but like mainly ideas I had for this movie with a higher budget, of course, is just better cameras. Um, cameras that are like shot in like red, or those uh, Alexa cameras, those new ones. Or I don't know, film it in Panavision. I'd love to film it in film. If I had that kind of money, if I had that budget, I would film. I would have loved to have filmed this in film, and I would have loved to have also used not to shoot it in film, but to give it a filter that would make it look like the first Scream movie, like 1996 or second one, 1997, and give that look to the movie. I would have loved to have been able to do that, to have the gigantic crew, you know, camera here, camera there, these big cameras, and getting like the highest quality you can get out of a movie. Those are, of course, things that I would have added on if I had the budget for it. So all of it mainly is budget. What I did with the movie is the most that I could do with my limitations. So um, yeah, great question, Rachel. And then this is from Sam Hannix, Samhainix. Uh, Cassidy's drowning scene is very impressive, as is the barn kill. Could you tell us a bit about how these two scenes were filmed? All right, good one. Good question. Um, yeah, the first scene, Cassidy's death scene where she's being drowned, that was filmed originally at her apartment that she used to live in before she moved into her new place, which was this year. So this whole sequence was filmed last year, back in October, and then I filmed reshoots with her which were the underwater shots where you see her face go down underwater. Because when we first filmed that, the camera, it didn't work. There was um, numbering. There was a date on the camera, and I couldn't remove it. So there was a whole issue with that shot was the camera itself. So it had to be reshot, and I had to reshoot it with Cass. And the second reshoot we did, she wasn't happy with it. She said, "All right, let's just reshoot it one more time." And I was like, "Oh, okay." It was crazy the amount of time that we had to film that underwater drowning shot. It was just um, it was a reshoot upon reshoot, and if we originally filmed that in October, and then February, and then April or May, we filmed the final reshoot. So we filmed the final reshoot right before she moved out as well. It was right before she moved. And because she's like, well, if I'm gonna die, we're gonna do it right. If I'm if I'm gonna die in a movie, I gotta look good. So I was like, all right, let's reshoot this third time. And thankfully, we got it done, got everything correct in the shot it, and that was that. Um, I also had my friend Sarah, Cassidy's friend Sarah, who played the character Cheryl in the Destiny of Ghostface Part Two. She plays Sydney's assistant in that movie, and it was cool to bring her back because she was in the original Scream fan film movie, Destiny Part Two, and it was cool that she got to um, got to be in a new scene with Cassidy because the character she played in Destiny Ghostface Part Two. If anyone who hasn't seen it, spoilers. Um, her Sarah's character Cheryl, she gets shot and killed by Sydney. So in a way, it's almost like uh, that the character has come back as Ghostface to get revenge on Cassidy on Sydney, kind of thing. I don't know. It just was a entertaining, fun concept that I saw. And when I asked Sarah if she wanted to play Ghostface for Cassidy's her whole sequence in her apartment, she got very excited and told me like, "Yeah, I'm so gonna be Ghostface. Let's do it. Let's do this for Ryan. We're gonna make it awesome." And we had a blast. We had absolute fun, and uh, it was fun to work with Cass again on a Scream movie. Because I mean, uh, after Haunting of Ghostface, me and Cass didn't really have a lot of scenes together. And in Revenge of a Ghostface, there was a lot of scenes where um, I was in it and she was in it, but it was filmed at different times. And same with Destiny. Even though I got to play Ghostface in scene where she was in it, um, and of course, just directing behind the camera, I was always there. But in terms of me having scenes with her, there wasn't a whole lot. And it was cool, like the phone call scene was really cool, where me and her are talking on the phone because it's just cool to see that because I just wish that in the series that the characters of Kyle and Sydney would have had more scenes. I feel like their characters needed more scenes, more dialogue. And So it's cool to see that. And then how the sequence was shot, the barn kill with Justine and Liam, that was the last thing I filmed for the movie, like the last add-in scene, anything for the film, and that was April of this year, and it was a lot of fun. It was the first time I ever filmed any of my movies I ever filmed on a barn. It was the first movie where I filmed a barn sequence for a horror film for any of my movies. It was very, very exciting, very fun to film that. Uh, it was just so much fun, and uh, I have to thank Liam's. Liam's aunt, for letting me use her barn in her land for the movie. I greatly appreciate and forever thankful for her letting me um, make my movie there. Um, because it was like it was something I'd never seen before in any of my movies. Where it's I walk in and there's this it's this huge barn, and you see these horses and you see these goats and you see all these animals and this farmland, and it feels so. I mean, it's beautiful, but it also like gave me so many ideas as a filmmaker where I could go with it and how I could build suspense and build tension and atmosphere in that sequence. Um, and so it was a scene. It was a whole sequence I knew I was going to film for months because I talked to Liam, and Liam came up with the idea actually because it wasn't in the script originally. So Liam said, "Hey, I have my aunt has this barn, and my mom, I think she would want to be in the movie, and we could do like a death scene." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good. I like that." And so we planned to film that in spring of this year, and I'm really glad we filmed that. I think it's the best part of the movie is the whole barn sequence. um, I think it turned out really well. It was a lot of different camera angles I used, and uh, but it was the first scene sequence of the whole movie and only sequence of the whole movie. Really, where I use set lights. I haven't used set lights in my movies in the past, even though I've gotten better with lighting in my films. But I use set lights for the barn sequence. So when it got darker and darker, I had set lights to keep it brighter, and I learned that the quality of videos, quality of footage, it looks better with better lighting as well, like really good set lighting gives it that cinematic look more, and you can see more of everything. And um, with Rise of Elm Street, that entire movie, I used set lights. So that's the first movie I officially like used set lights. There's only, uh, I'd say about 40% of Rise of Elm Street that I didn't use set lights, but the other percent I used set lights. So um, that was great that I got to use that for the barn sequence. It was Justine's first like movie role. She never acted before, so that was fun to direct her and teach her about acting and get her into the role character. And she was also playing herself, so it was also easier to direct everyone in this movie because everyone was playing themselves, and so there was improv there, even though there was a script and there was dialogue they had to say from a script. It's just a lot of their personality and stuff. It was ideas I had and then ideas they had and kind of mixed together. Um, and it just was very natural and very easy. Um, but we filmed that barn sequence for hours, from like probably 4 p.m. uh, all the way till like 11 p.m. We filmed that for quite a while, but it was super fun. It was one of those few times I felt like I was making a movie, making an actual film, and it was just a great experience. Yeah, I used about all cameras when I filmed that barn sequence, about 4 cameras, and it was absolutely uh, just looked absolutely great. The whole barn. Me and Liam played Ghostface in that scene. I played Ghostface for the first half of that scene, and then played Ghostface for the end when Ghostface is changing masks. But Liam played Ghostface for all the stunt work stuff with Justine for the death scene. Um, so it was all filmed at Liam's aunt's property, her barn, and it was wonderful, and I'll never forget it. The scene on the couch, and this is the next question. The scene on the couch where you, Carl, and Liam talk about your favorite scary movie feels very natural, and I wrong in thinking that might have been improv and not in the original script. No, you're right. No, you're right. It was improv. That was the only part of the movie that was very improv because this the film still had a script and my actors still stuck to the script and remembered their lines and dialogue. So majority of the movie is the script. But there's only but there's parts of improv to make it feel more real because people are playing themselves. So yes, that scene where everyone's talking about their favorite scary movie, that was all improv, and we all knew that was going to be improv. We knew that that was a scene in the movie, but we wanted to go ahead and improv anyway, even though there was already a scene written for that. If we didn't improvise, it was much better that we did. So I'm really glad that we improvised with that scene. It turned out just very natural, very real. You just see that all of us just we're just us in the movie. It doesn't feel scripted. Um, so that was a lot of fun, and yeah, that was not in the script. Not the improv moment, no. So, as the last chapter's next question, as the last chapter of your Scream fan films, I feel New Ghostface was a massive triumph and going out on a high. But how do you feel wrapping this series up? And did you always want to go meta for this? Oh, thank you for the question. And thank you for your compliments on the movie, calling it a triumph. Um, that I ended on a high note. Yeah, that was my whole goal, was for this to end on a high note and for it to be the best um, Scream fan film of all my Scream fan films, and of course, hoping that maybe people will love it, more than any other Scream fan film on YouTube. Not everyone's going to, and that's fine. Everyone has their own opinion, and I got my own opinion. So there's things I love, and there's things I don't love, and that's the same with everyone. So if they don't like my movie, that's okay. We all like you know everything. Everybody likes something different. So and there's some Scream fan films out there that I'm not the only. I'm far from the only YouTube you know uh, a YouTube creator um, that has made Scream fan films. I am far from the only one. So, and I've seen a lot of good Scream fan films on YouTube before. I've seen a lot of good Scream fan films my whole life, and it's exciting. It's exciting to see fans, do their own thing, and it's exciting to see that craft. It's exciting to see the amount of effort that everyone puts into those fan films because I know what that's like. I understand that process. I know how difficult it is, even though it can be the most fun you could ever have, like, in your life. It is super super challenging, and um it's a process, and but it's way easier if you have a cast and a crew that respects you and you respect them, and there's that commitment and dedication beginning to end. There's not really any drama, and then, of course, that's the best. And that's why New Ghostface, it was just such a great experience because really beginning to end there wasn't drama. There wasn't drama with the actors. It wasn't drama, and it just went so well. And I've never had that experience before on any of my Scream movies. I'm so used to things going bad, something going wrong, and this one, it was completely different from all the other ones. I didn't run into problems, um, and if there were any issues, there was a solution to the problem. There was a way I could fix it, or there was ways to fix a problem, and that was a completely it was different this than all the other movies, and I'm really grateful for that. That the Scream fan film, that's my last one, and the one going out on a high note. That was the one that I had the least bad experiences with of all the movies. Um, and did I? I mean, did I always want to go meta for this? I avoided that with Haunting of Ghostface because the Haunting of Ghostface, the meta ness did not work for that movie, the meta style. And then when I made Revenge of Ghostface, some of it worked, but at the same time, there just came a point where, with that original story, I created my own world, even though it was Scream, and I mean it was Ghostface. It was still it was kind of its own world. It wasn't the movies. It wasn't. I mean, already not really super meta. Made me just want to keep doing my own thing with the story, even though that I knew I had to have met elements. I didn't want them to be obvious. I didn't want them to feel obvious. Um, but with this one, because I never did that 6 times in a row, um, I thought I felt comfortable. All right, I'm going to make this one meta. I'm still gonna give it a story and still take it seriously, but I'm gonna have fun with this one and uh, make it the most Scream of any of the Scream fan films that I've made. So yeah, the meta part was tricky, but by this point, 15 years, like 14 years after making uh, Haunting, it felt I felt comfortable um, trying that out, trying um, that style that I originally was very much against, and kind of what my complaint was about the Scream movies in general is they were remaining meta instead of the story evolving and Ghostface evolving, and I felt like the only way you can keep Ghostface evolving in that kind of story and narrative is to stop with the meta ness and to get into a more realistic style, a more realistic approach with the character, uh, and um, and that's the only way you can really do something continuously new with the character. I felt like the movie stuff was worked for the OG trilogy, but that doesn't necessarily I didn't think worked for future movies because of the it's a different generation and people want different kinds of movies now. So that's why I mean I was against that with the early Scream fan films, but I felt comfortable now because Scream 5 and Scream 6 I thought did a very good job with the meta element. So I felt more comfortable with giving that a try. This is from Rachel. She asks, "Your performance in this movie was very cool. You remind me a lot of Zack Snyder when he does interviews." Thank you. Yeah, Zack Snyder's from Wisconsin, and I'm from Wisconsin, which is funny. From Brookfield. He's from Green Bay. Um, so maybe there's a little bit of that. That we're, I'm from Wisconsin. He's from Wisconsin. Um, but when he when your character's death scene was fascinating and brilliantly bloody. Did it take long to film? Uh, so thank you. No, thankfully, it did not take long to film. I had Liam there. I had Carla there. My mom. And they all were there to help film that scene and help me with the fake blood, because there was nothing I could do. I mean, I was just being stabbed to death in the scene, so there's not really I couldn't move or anything. So thankfully, I had them help me in that scene to film it. But that was actually one of the scenes that actually didn't take as long. The dialogue scenes uh, took longer. So yeah, and also because by that point I already filmed it. my first death scene was in July, um, uh, and I had to basically do that all over again because of the meta element, the meta concept in the story of dying in the way that I did in my movie kind of thing. I had to uh, do it again, and it just wasn't as hard. Dying a second time, it's not as hard as the first time. um, yeah, it was a fun experience, and yeah, people get to watch me die twice. So, but yeah, all fantasy. All. Thank you guys for those questions. Thank you guys. Uh, okay. Um, you should do link in your title so people can see. You should do. I'm sorry, Aaron. I don't know what you mean by the number sign. I don't know what you mean by that. You mean like hashtag RBRShortFilms13? Is that what you mean? Hello, Ripley does stuff. Okay, that's what you meant, Aaron. Okay. I didn't know if that's what you meant or not. All right. Okay, let me change that then. I start putting hashtags on my videos. I still live in 2010 a lot. It's before hashtags were a big thing. Okay. I'm gonna grab a sip of water. All right. So I answered a few Q&A questions. I'm glad I did that. So if you guys have more questions for New Ghostface, the fan film New Ghostface that just came out, feel free to leave a comment. I'm the writer and director of the film. I also star in the movie. I play myself. So yeah, I'm pretty noticeable if you see the movie. Oh, okay. All right. I think okay. I was putting that in my description, but okay. You mean just put like the number after the A in Q&A, or put the hashtag before the RBR? Like, put the hashtag in the beginning or the end of the title? Oh, well, then in the title, New Ghostface, where do I put the hashtag symbol then? I wasn't even thinking about that. I've never done that with any of my films on YouTube. Anybody that, yeah, that joins the chat, feel free to leave a comment, a question for New Ghostface. This is a Q&A live stream for anyone that has seen the movie and wants to ask a question to me. I'm the writer and director of the film. So if you have any questions about the movie, you can ask in the comments. All right. Yeah, I can try that. I don't really see people add the hashtags to titles for their movies on YouTube. So I don't know if that would really do anything, but I'll think about it. I'll think about it, Aaron. Thank you for joining my live stream, Aaron. I'm still waiting for more people to join and to comment on the live stream. Well, Aaron, if you have any, do you have any questions for New Ghost Space? Put them in the comments in the chat, and I'll answer your questions. And you can ask anything about the movie. Ask whatever you want about New Ghost Space. Just any questions you have. I know it looks like there's going to be a sequel, but there's not going to be a sequel. No. Um, that wasn't even the original ending. Uh, the ending of Ghostface. That wasn't the original ending. It was originally the ending was Carla in the attic when she covers her head and everything, and she's crying. It's supposed to fade there. The movie's supposed to fade. Um, but I saw that that just didn't work when I was editing the movie. Um, and then I thought about ending the movie at the part where my character where I say, "I'll tell you one thing, it'll make a hell of a movie," and Liam says, "Awesome." And originally, that's where that was going to be the other ending, but both of those didn't work. And so the scene when Carla is looking at the mask and everything, the Ghostface mask, that was only for trailer promotion. Like, that was only to put that in for, like, trailers, to just people add stuff in trailers, all the time, just so I can not put other things in the trailer that I don't wanna put because I don't want people to see the actual movie. So, that scene, was just promo trailer footage. It wasn't really anything that was, intended to be anything serious in the plot. Um, but when I was editing the movie and I was putting that footage together at the end, and I saw that it worked, and I just thought it would have been it was better to end the movie with some sort of cliffhanger like that, some sort of um, what if what if she did become uh, Ghostface? and like when you hear "What If" song from Creed in the credits, I mean that's it's definitely connects. What if what if she became Ghostface after she kills Liam and survives all that happened. So um, it was an ending that was added on later, even though that footage was shot way back when I was filming the movie. It just that was never originally intended to be the ending of the movie. But I'm glad that I put it in for the end of the movie because it works. It works. It blends in with the music and the credits and the tone. So when you're editing a movie, sometimes you see things that can be better um, than what you originally thought when filming. That some scenes can be turned into something else, and you can place them in places you didn't think you could put them. So you should do Michael versus Jason. No, I am done. I am done. I am done. Thank you, but no, I am done. I made Ghostface versus Jason, The Miner versus Jason, the Ghostface story. I've made two slasher crossover versing fan films. One was in 2015, the other was 2018, and so those two movies, those were a lot. When you put two or three iconic slashers in one fan film, and it's a lot. It's a lot of characters, and it's a lot of tones you have to create, and you have to get like so many things right. So they were fun, very fun to make. Ghostface versus Jason. I mean, that was a lot of fun. But they're very very challenging, and another part of it is budget as well. I just don't have the budget that I want to do uh, a movie like Michael versus Jason. I mean, I'd want that to be um, uh, just super high budget, like super expensive cameras, to where the movie looked like a real film. Uh, I mean, that's what I'd want. I'd want it to look as real as possible and as non fan film ish as possible. So if I had a much wider budget, a huge budget, then I necessarily wouldn't be against it. But I've just made so many fan films by this point. Halloween fan film, Scream, uh, a lot. Um, where I just don't have the interest. I did back in 2011. I did, um, but that was a long time ago. You got better over the years. I don't think I can edit. Oh, thank you. Yeah, editing's not easy. Editing is very very challenging. It's got to be one of the hardest things ever. Is editing a film. When you edit a vlog or you edit, uh, a little TikTok video, it's nothing compared to putting a film together. Um, Even though there's a lot of fun editing a movie, there's still it's very challenging, and it takes a lot of time and patience. Takes a lot of patience, and you have to go back to the footage again and again and again. You have to replay that footage consistently, and it's a lot. It can be a lot. When you were in California, you should have went to Scream. Why are you putting question marks, Aaron? Because you're saying when you was in California, you should went to Scream House. That sounds more like a statement than a question. Um, I did go to the theater that they filmed Scream 2 when I was in California. That's something. The opening of Scream 2, I went to that location, and they also filmed Thriller there. Uh, a lot of lot of popular movies there, a lot of big movies, and Scream was filmed there. So and that was cool because that was all in the Pasadena area where they filmed Halloween, Nightmare on Elm Street, all those movies, and the Nightmare Theater. I mean, sorry, the Scream Theater was right there, and that was really cool. Um, so I did get to see that. I didn't get to see the house though. I didn't have the time. I was only in California for 4 days, just for the convention. It was specifically for the Halloween convention. So the locations I went to, I went to those because that was a part of the convention. That was the bus tour. That they took us to locations where they filmed scenes for all those movies, and I got to explore those locations, go to those locations. So I did get to go to a lot of movie locations, a lot of filming locations, but I never got to the Scream House. I mean, there's so many locations in movies, and especially just all around the world to visit, that it's gonna take my whole life to go to every single location where they filmed my favorite movies. So uh, it's a process going to all those locations, but it was super fun, and I feel like I've seen half of from the experience, the bus tour experience. I feel like I've seen half of the filming locations in movies. In not in movies, but when it comes to horror films and some other movies, yes. And I do feel very lucky that I was able to um, see all that. That was really great. Seeing the Myers house, the Nightmare house, seeing all these iconic locations, these neighborhoods that felt like movie sets. They didn't even feel like real neighborhoods. They felt like it felt like I was in a movie. Felt like I was in a Halloween movie. It felt like I was in a nightmare movie. I mean, it felt like you were there in those real locations, and that was really uh, amazing to experience that. I know you're a horror fan, Aaron. You've been subscribers for over 10 years, so I know, I know, Aaron. This here is my mouse pad that I'm using for when I'm editing Rise of Elm Street. It's my next fan film. I've already filmed that movie, completed it back in the summer, and I'm going to start editing it before the new year. So I'm getting that all set up right now, and this is going to be my mouse pad for when I edit the movie. Um, and I don't ever really use mouse pads, but I'm going to use a mouse pad for this movie, and I'm really excited for Rise of Elm Street. I'm very excited. Very excited for you guys to see it. Um, and hello, darkness. Um, Blutter 7897. Hopefully, I said your username right. Welcome to the live stream. This is new Ghostface Q&A. So for anyone that has any questions about the movie New Ghostface, uh, this is the live stream to ask any questions that you may have for the film. I'm the writer and director of the movie, so I'm the person to ask. Uh, so feel free to leave any question that you want in the comments in the live chat. Yeah, I'm ready for the new year as well. Oh, you're not bugging me, Aaron. I appreciate you being in this live stream. This is gonna go on till 9 p.m. I made sure this would be a 2-hour stream, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. So I'm live streaming up until 9. For anyone that has any questions for New Ghostface, anyone that's seen the movie, it's on my YouTube channel right now. You guys can go ahead and watch it right now if you want, and then come back and ask questions. But yeah, anyone that has seen the movie so far, I mean, it just came out on the 25th, but anyone that's seen it, this is the live stream to ask us questions. Also, anybody that watches this later, if anybody does, feel free to leave a comment on the video recording of the live stream. Um, and ask any question you want about the film, and I'll answer later in the for the video for the question. Yeah, New Year is almost here, 2025. Um, that's crazy that it's going to be 2025 and oh wow, 4 days. If I'm correct, 4 days. So we are heading into 2025, and that is the year for Rise of Elm Street. Uh, that is going to be my movie next year on my channel, and my next fan film and final fan film uh, as well. So definitely is going to be a big year for for that for that movie, and for my content next year, and then also for my scripts, my screenwriting next year. I'm going to be getting back into my screenwriting much more. To try to finish my book that I've been writing since 2015, um, and and really just catch up on my writing, all the stories I've come up with, write scripts for them, and if I can get back into painting someday, I would love to do that too, because I painted when I was a kid, but I haven't painted as an adult. But I would like to. It's something I've been wanting to get back into. Of just haven't had the time, and but I hope I can find that time. But I also want to get back into reading too. I want to read a lot of books and write. I want to read and write a lot. Once I'm done with Rise of Elm Street. So those are that's all that's going on next year for me. And I'm sure by the end of 2025, I will start making my next movie. I don't know honestly, which movie that is yet, but I'll know definitely by that point. Because I have all these scripts, right in front of me, but I have to decide one or two out of the rest. I can't make 7, 10 movies at the same time. So it's really deciding which script is the best, which movie to make, and which is the easiest with my budget, which is zero budget. What can I do with this script where it's less is more, and so I'm always trying to choose the right screenplay, and it's also the people at the time that can do my movies. If I meet someone where I can see them playing this character from one of my scripts, or see this actor playing this character, um, that also goes into factor of like where I'm going to go as well with my next film is the actors that I get. Because if I find actors that are similar to uh, like what I visualized of how the characters looked for a certain movie, I'll go ahead and make another film that I didn't choose originally. Um, so yeah, I mean, when you get your cast, when you get your actors, um, it all changes. When they read the script, and it just changes. So um, yeah, I can't 100% tell where I'm gonna go next, but I like that. I like that I'm gonna be challenging myself next year of where I'm gonna go with my films. I don't know. Even though I do know. I mean, I have so many scripts, so many stories, but it's all I'm picking which one, and I'm very much looking forward to which one I pick. But why are you going to end your fan films? You're getting better. Keep going. I really appreciate that, Aaron. I know I have got better as a filmmaker, and I'm really happy about that. But life is short. I'm going to be 30 next year, and I don't want to be making fan films my whole life. I've been making fan films since I was 14 years old. Uh, I'm 29 now, so it's been a long time that I've been making fan films, and I've made more fan films than my own original content, and I want that to change. I want to move on to my own original projects, which I've already done with the Double Servant movies. Um, but I want to expand from there. I want to tell this story, not just the Double Servant. I want to make all these different kinds of films, whether that's drama, whether that's horror, whether that's fantasy. I mean, any kind of genre that I explore, I want to do something new and I want to do something original because we are lacking something severely huge in our world right now, and that is originality. And I don't want to do what's been done. I want to do something that hasn't been done. I want to do something new and fresh. And as a filmmaker in this generation, a young filmmaker, starting out as a filmmaker, I want to, just make films that people haven't seen because why do what's been done? I mean, obviously, nostalgia is a big thing right now. It's what sells more than anything right now is nostalgia. Sadly, even though I love nostalgia, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of nostalgia for stuff, and I love it. But I don't like when nostalgia is overly used, and it's being overly used in movies and shows and everything now. And I want to see more originality. I want to see more original content, and so that's what I'm going to. That's what I'm going to do is make films that tell stories that haven't been told yet because there are tons of stories to be told. You just have to really get in there, creatively. You have to really think. You have to really get inside. Uh, you have to look at everything and look at what's been done, and then you have to look at everything and see what hasn't been done, and then you you take that and you make something that hasn't been done. So, oh, cool. Yeah, I just completed editing New Ghostface about a week and a half ago. I edited that movie for quite a while, but the movie needed editing for a long time. It's a it's a 53-minute movie, and I didn't want to rush the editing. I didn't want to, uh, I wanted it to be really good editing as best as I could edit the movie. So really glad you enjoy the movie, Aaron, and I'm glad other people have enjoyed the movie so far. It's only been out for 2 days. I'm really happy because was editing that movie in July, up until a week and a half ago. It's been that long of a process. So I'm just glad it's done, and now I can edit Rise of Elm Street, the my Nightmare on Elm Street fan film that's coming out next year. So, Aaron, are you still here? Are you still in the live? Says 0 people are in my live stream. Okay, you're still here. Cool. Well, Rise of Elm Street's coming out next year, Aaron, so that is another fan film for me. I did make another one after New Ghostface. So, New Ghostface is not the last fan film. we are getting a Freddy Krueger, a Nightmare on Elm Street fan film from RBR Short Films 13 next year. And I wanted to make that Nightmare on Elm Street fan film so bad, like back in 2010. Like that before Scream, before any fan film I wanted to make, Nightmare was the one I wanted to do with Halloween. Not only with Halloween, but Nightmare on Elm Street was mainly the one I wanted to. So Nightmare, then Scream, and then Halloween. That's how I wanted to make them. Uh, but it just wasn't the time back then, and there wasn't costumes and makeup and everything for a film for Freddy Krueger yet. And now we have so much more now. And my uncle Gary had this like 4 grand total of like a Freddy Krueger costume mask. The mask that he wore was like an exact replica of Nightmare 4 mask, and it looks so real and everything. And he plays Freddy Krueger so well. I mean, he's done such an amazing impersonation of Freddy Krueger my whole life. I just knew he was Freddy Krueger. Um, Thank you, Aaron. Um, but yeah, I I always wanted to make a Nightmare fan film, so I'm glad it's the next one. I already filmed it. It's already shot. So what's next is editing the movie. So I'm very excited. It's exciting to finally be able to editing this movie. And I don't know when a trailer will be out, but I already have footage filmed of my Uncle Gary saying to the camera, "Here's the first trailer for Rise of Elm Street. Here's the second trailer for Rise of Elm Street." And he's in the Freddy Krueger costume with the Freddy Krueger voice, and I already shot that. So whenever the trailers do come out, that footage is already shot and everything. So I filmed tons of stuff ahead of time and really planned it out because you have to plan things out. Unless it's not going to work. You have to plan these things out. Because making a movie, it requires so many things, not just one thing. It's kind of impossible to not plan a movie. You kind of have to plan a film for it to work. My opinion. If you don't plan it or you don't have a good plan, it's not going to turn out well. And through my experience making movies, that's been mostly the case. So you have to have a plan. Can you get your old Scream fan films remastered? I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about remastering them for years, and the problem is like a lot of footage from Haunting of a Ghostface is no longer there because I got my computer stolen back in 2011. So I lost a lot of uh, footage. I lost a lot, and I lost all the original footage to Haunting of a Ghostface. I lost those tapes. I got because I think I recorded over those tapes because I didn't have the money as a kid to get new tapes and record with new tapes. So I don't have that footage really anywhere. I think I may have some footage of Haunting, but it's not enough to uh, basically remaster the entire movie. There's always going to be that copyright music, and I wish there was an app that I could use or someone. I wish I knew someone that knew an app where you could take out the copyright music in your video and keep the audio, and just get rid of the copyright music. If someone can show me how to do that, there's a way to do that, then I will easily come up with remasters for Haunting, Revenge, Destiny, easily. But I need that because I don't want to go through that process of having to re-edit this scene, or re-edit this thing here. Um, I don't want it to be that complicating because I'm the only person that is putting together these remasters. So um, remasters it's hard to do by yourself, and especially with what I would have to do to make remasters really good. But if I find a way to make it work, then I will release remasters for Haunting, Revenge, Destiny. Uh, but I mean, yeah, my sister could always help me. It's just it's a matter of having the right equipment to make that all work. And the best place that it can start is to have a feature on an app, or to get an app that I can remove the copyright music from the video and keep its original audio, the dialogue and everything, and that's just what's kept. And if I can do that, then there's so much more I can do with the remasters, and that's what makes it difficult to remaster those movies or any of my early films is the whole copyright music process. So now, of course, if I could go back to my early days on YouTube, I would have added copyright music into my movies. I just wouldn't have done that. I would have figured something else out. But back when I was 14, 15, I didn't care. I didn't think about, oh, it's not going to be a problem in the future. Uh, um, but always will live with that regret that I put copyright music in my videos. Because I had my computer stolen, uh, and it's just hard to go back to all that footage and start over. So it's yeah. I that was but I was 15. I was 15, 16. Um, so that's my best explanation, was that I was in high school and didn't think about it. So, but I'll do what I can do. So I'll see what I can do. Try to YouTube it. What does that mean? Try to YouTube it. I have no idea what that means. The app you was talking about, is that what it's called? YouTube it? Is that app where you can take out copyright music? I'll be right back. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. What I was saying, try to find it on YouTube. Oh, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know what you're saying, because you say try to YouTube it. I don't even know. I didn't know what YouTube it means. I assume that's a Google it, a different term for it. I've never heard someone say YouTube it, but the app you was talking about. Okay, so I didn't get you. Well, Aaron, do you have any questions for New Ghostface, the movie? Is there anything you have to ask for this movie? Like anything you want to ask about the movie? Don't be afraid to ask any question. Ask any question you want. Thank you. That's not a question though. Yeah, but do you have a question? Anything about the movie? Anything about the film? Okay. All right. Because this is a Q&A live stream, so if you could ask maybe like one question, that would be awesome. Okay. Well, anybody here in this live stream, uh, feel free to leave a question on the live chat of any questions that you may have for New Ghostface. Well, Aaron, do you have any questions in general about my films? Do you have any questions for Rise of Elm Street? Any questions for my next fan film? All right. Well, it's people on my live chat not asking me any questions, just looking at me. Great. I love it. Usually, when I go silent in my live chat, that's when I'm hoping for people to ask questions to keep the chat going. And when nobody does that, I just kind of freeze and I don't really know what to say because I don't like to talk too much. I like for you guys to be able to comment and ask questions and stuff. So there's interaction in the live stream, and it's not just me talking like to myself. I'm literally talking to you guys more. Um, yeah, just the less involvement you guys are in my live stream, the more I just don't have much to say. I hope one day I'll have a live stream where there's like, 30 people tuned in at once, 100 people, and it's like, 30 likes and tons of people are commenting in the chat. And it's, uh, question upon question upon question. That'd be wonderful. But no, never say never. Never say never. But that definitely won't happen tonight. So, what are your plans for the new year, Aaron? Anybody have any New Year's plans? Okay. I think I'm gonna spend time with my friends this New Year's. Um, I don't really ever spend time with my friends on New Year's, but I'm going to this year. If plans don't change, I yeah, it's gonna be fun. Yeah, usually New Year's I just kind of stay home and don't really do much. But some New Year's, not every New Year, but some New Year's I'll do something. So this New Year's I'll be spending time with friends. Not going to some like party or anything like that. I'm just gonna be hanging out with friends, and that's all New Year's needs to be too. It's just hang out with two friends and um, just celebrate. Doesn't have to be tons of people. Well, this is fun. This live stream on the 27th of December. I knew I was going to do a live stream for uh, Q&A for you Ghostface. Like I'm a month way before this. Um, so, but also doing this live stream lets me know that the movie is actually on YouTube. It's actually done, and I wouldn't be making this live stream if the movie wasn't done. So, It does feel really good knowing after this live stream, I'll be editing Rise of Elm Street, moving on to already my next project, my next fan film, next anything, and it just feels really good. It's kind of it's one movie down, one more to go instead of two movies back to back kind of thing. So it's a lot less stress, um, and much more excitement. How come your actors don't join the live chat? Um, I don't. They do sometimes. Cassie, she'll join my live chat. Uh, or my friend Kev, my actor Kev, he'll join the live stream sometimes. Sometimes like my actors will join, but it's not a whole lot if they do. But I've had my actors join my live stream in the past, previous live streams. Um, but it's not a thing where they're going to join every single live stream I have. Um, so um, yeah, it'd be awesome if they join my live streams all the time. I would love that. That'd be awesome. But that's not reality. So um, unless this is a live stream, where it's like this promotion for the movie or something, and an actor wanted to be a part of it or something, that's different. But um, yeah, I don't think I really know any actors I've directed that I know that like live streams or love live streams or live streaming. Because I feel like if they did, they would probably ask me to be a part of it. I'm sure. Um, so yeah, if it's just a thought, yeah, yeah. I mean, it'd be awesome if my actors would want to join like every live stream, and would want to, would come up with this idea and say, hey, let's make this live stream about this and about that, and do something that you haven't done with your live streams before. And, I mean, yeah, it'd be really cool. Um, and who knows, in the future, where my live streams will go with my future movies, and the future actors that I will be, directing and everything. We'll see where that takes me, and takes my live streams. And uh, this could just easily be, um, uh, um, just a time on my channel where I just didn't have actors at the time that were interested, uh, um, doing things like live streams. But I do believe at some point that will change, um, but just not right now. Have you seen your new film yet? Have I seen my own fan film? Are you asking if I've seen my own movie that I've been editing for since July? I've sadly have had to watch New Ghostface multiple times because I'm the only editor of the film, aside from my music composer and then my sister. She helps with the editing process with the movie, but overall, it's a lot more me uh, with editing these movies. So New Ghostface, it was rewatching this scene again and again, rewatching this scene again and again. Uh, Not that I wanted to rewatch this part again and again, but because I had to change in the scene, I had to edit this out, or I had to color grade this, or add this sound effect, or add the music here. So it's consistently going back to that footage and going back to the movie, and bringing it to life to where I'm the one who watches it more than anyone because I'm I'm editing it, I'm bringing it to life, I'm watching it again and again, make sure it's good, to make sure it's the best it can be. So yes, I have seen my fan film. Uh, I'm talking about your cast. Okay. Yeah, my cast, I believe they have seen it. I know Liam has seen it. Liam watched it with her family, and I know Cassidy watched it last night. She FaceTimed me. I got to see her reaction live. My mom has seen it. Jim has seen it. Uh, I believe Kev has seen it. Not sure if Chris has. He scored the movie. Not sure if he's watched it yet. Because I feel like he would have told me if he watched it or not. Um, and then let's see. I think Carla watched it. I think Carla did. She hasn't gotten back to me if she's watched it or not, or what she thought about the movie. Um, and and yeah, so I believe majority of my actors have seen it. I don't know if every single actor has. I know Claire watched it the other night. So yeah, I think majority of the actors in the movie have watched it. Um, but I wouldn't be surprised if maybe two of them haven't watched it yet. Because it's the holidays and stuff. So, um, but yeah, a lot of them have seen it. They responded in the group chat. I'm still figuring out what we're gonna do for the new Ghostface premiere. I just hope that the premiere is that'll be for new Ghostface, there won't be a real life Ghostface there, and nothing. It won't. My movie won't actually come to life. Um, but yeah, I've talked to the actors throughout the year of like the premieres, future premieres for new Ghostface, Rise of Elm Street. Like, where are we gonna go for these movies? Like, how are we gonna have these premieres? And Rise of Elm Street, that movie doesn't come out till April, so that's that's loads of time that can be given for that premiere. But Newsface, since I released this on Christmas, since I released this during the holidays, it's very hard to have a premiere with the cast. It's hard to get everyone. So um, I'm going to get everyone together next month for the premiere. But it's a matter of timing and location, like where and how. But once that's figured out, then we all can have a premiere, and I would love that because I would love to watch it with my actors. I'd love to watch it with them after we made it a year ago, over a year ago, filming it. So it would be fun to see their reaction. I got to work with Carla again and with Liam back in the summer for Rise of Elm Street. So even though that wasn't the premiere for New Ghostface, I got to see them again after almost a year since I saw them making New Ghostface. So that was fun to be able to work with them again and everything. Um, so I'm definitely know that Rise of Elm Street is going to be a premiere for that, regardless of what happens with New Ghostface. But I have a feeling that something will be figured out for premiere. There's definitely a way for all of us to get together and watch it. Uh, Wolf Gamer Productions has joined the live stream. Uh, Hello, I am doing good. How are you? Do you ever hang out with them? Not often. No, I don't. No, I don't hang out with them really. I've hung out with Carla sometimes. Me, my mom, and my sister. We've hung out with Carla a couple times. But no, only time I've seen Liam and Carla and everyone may is when I'm on location or on set filming the movie with them. Uh, so yeah, it's with them. It's the movies. We're not like best friends and kind of thing. Um, it's definitely a, um, I mean, it's not work, but it's like a work kind of like atmosphere where, they're there for the movie and to say their lines and do the scenes and whatever they need to do for the movie, they do it and everything, and then they meet at the premiere and and celebrate it and everything and offer to be to be in another movie. But in terms of hanging out, no. Um, not that I'm against hanging out with them, but we just don't hang out. So also, Carla's in college right now. Liam's in college, so their lives are very busy right now. So it's just they're the time in their life where they're very busy with college. So wish I can chill with you. That'd be cool. I've just finished. Wolfganger Productions said I've just finished season 6 of my Lego of The Walking Dead: A New Beginning. Oh, that's awesome, Wolfgamer. That's awesome. Good for you. So this live stream, I'm gonna keep going until about 9 something, because made sure this would be a 2-hour stream. I don't want it to go on too long, especially that it's not. I don't. I'm thankful I have 4 people that are in the group chat and 4 people that have liked this live stream. Uh, so I'm glad about that. But I don't have. It's not like I have 10 people in here, 20 people in here. Asking all the questions in the world of new Ghostface. So if that was going on right now, I'd definitely be staying. Um, but it's even though I definitely had an audience to, it wasn't the audience I was hoping for. It's nothing personal to anybody who has joined tonight, and I'm really grateful that you have joined this and are watching the new Ghostface Q&A live stream, December 2024. Um, it's a moment that reminds me that the movie is done. It's on YouTube. It's no longer this idea that I had. It's a movie now that is a reality. It exists. It's there. People can watch it, and it's a very intense experience to see that when the movie no longer is mine and it's now the world. It's the world's movie. Everyone can watch it. They can watch it whenever they want. They can literally watch wherever they want to watch it, and I have no idea how that person is reacting to the movie at that moment. I have no idea. So the movie becomes beyond me. It's not just for me anymore, and for my actors. It's not just that movie I made with my cast. It expands upon that and becomes something else when it goes on YouTube. So um, it's definitely an intense moment, always as a filmmaker, and letting go of a project that I necessarily didn't want to let go of. There's projects that, of course, I wanted to work on forever and ever and ever and ever, but I couldn't. You know, time is limited. Life is short, and when you want to tell so many different storylines, tell so many different stories, different kinds of movies, um, you think about that, and you know that you don't have 10, 20 years for this one movie, despite how much time that you wish you could have, on a movie like that. It's not realistic. So, what's the hardest scene you've done in your horror movies? Good question with Gary Productions. The hardest, the hardest scene that I've done in my horror movies, probably. Who think of one? Um, hmm. I would probably say the opening of the Miner versus Jason and Ghostface story. It would have been the not the fight with Ghostface and Jason, but when Jason is in the forest and he's chasing after all the people that were camping at Camp Crystal Lake, and he goes to kill this character and this character, and there's this fight between Matt and Jason, and um, just the whole sequence and everything. That was a very challenging sequence to film of any of my movies. That definitely that one comes to mind very quickly, because that was a very challenging scene to film, because I was filming that all at um 4 in the morning, so 5 in the morning till 11 a.m. or noon, and we filmed a lot in a very short amount of time, very, very early. I never get up that early to film a movie ever. Um, so that alone was challenging. Uh, but it was just the amount that we had to film, the scenes we had to film, and stunt work, and everything that was required from everyone in that short amount of time. Uh, so But it was a lot of fun, though. It was a lot of fun. It was super fun. It was very, very challenging, and, I think also that's why it's hard for me to want to come back to do another verse movie, a Ghostface versus this or Jason versus that, movie, because, the 2 the Ghostface versus Jason, Minor versus Jason, Ghostface story, those were so, so challenging. They were fun, but they were very, very challenging movies. Um, it's just it's a lot with when you have a very little budget. You don't really have any uh, it makes it much more difficult to do. There's so much I wanna do that I couldn't do, and all I could do was focus on what I could do, and, it wasn't like "I don't wanna do this," it was, "I can't do this because of my budget," because in the script it's great and everything, but it won't work because I just don't have the budget for it, and the timing. So, those things come play in if those come in, and, it's much more difficult to get what you want. And, even though I did get a lot, I still didn't get what I wanted. And I can't imagine the movies that they would what movies they would be now if they were like the budget of, much higher than my movies. If it was like a massive budget, I could imagine how it would have turned out, the quality and everything. So, um, really, I just do the best I can with what I have, and stick to that instead of focusing on what I can't do. Because never say never to a day. I might be able to do things, might be able to create things in a movie that I've never created before. But now, right now, with my limits, it's just not the time to do as much. So, um, it's really finding movies I can make that are easy to make with a small budget, but can have a high production value feel to it. I feel bad. I got sucked back into reading a book, so I didn't get to watch on Christmas or yesterday. But I'm at page 1,000 in my book, which is a nice stopping point, so I can finally watch tonight. Hey, it's all good, Zach. Hey, congratulations finishing reading your book. A 1,000-page book. Let's give a round of applause to Zach. I could never read a 1,000-page book, and I love reading books, but I could not never read a book that big. My limit is probably 700, 800 pages per book. Um, oh man, there's still 343 pages left. Yeah, I couldn't read that long of a book. Um, I just can't read that long. Um, but good for you, Zach. And I hope you enjoy New Ghostface. Um, I hope you enjoy the movie. Um, Now, if you want to ask any questions, of course, about the film, even though I know you haven't seen it, but if there's any questions that you have, uh, you can ask them if you want. This is a new Ghostface Q&A live stream. So for after the movies come out, for anyone has any questions about the movie, I can answer them here in this live stream. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask them, and I'll answer them for you. Was there anything different about the costumes and knives used on this film? Good question. Um, Half and half. Uh, a lot of original props were used from previous Scream fan films. I had so many props and costumes left over from all the movies throughout the years that I didn't have to. I didn't have to get a whole bunch of brand new equipment, new costumes, or anything like that for it. Um, and there was a lot of fake knives I had left. I mean, there was a lot left from Ghostface Story, which was 2018. That was the last one. So I still had a lot left. So all the props that you oh, I'm not going to give much away about the movie, but there's a premiere in the movie where there are props that are included, uh, that are props from my other movies that are to basically a tribute moment of all my movies, kind of scene. So I have a lot of original props and costumes. So a lot of it was that. Um, what was different? Anything was fake blood. Getting fake blood. Blood capsule, fake blood capsule, kind of thing. Um, and I probably got one more fake cream knife um, as well. And I got that new the one that's like glitter, that looks like, I mean, that's the 1990, six version of the costume. I got that because all my previous Scream movies, I never did that before. I never had a Ghostface. Um, uh, yeah, the 25th anniversary one. Yes, I never had the glitter of Ghostface before in the of the cloak. Cloak in the previous movies it was just always plain, or it never had that like material that the Scream movies have, where you can Ghostface stands out, he pops out, he like glows a bit in the cloak, his cloak. So this was the first time I actually used a Ghostface costume, Ghostface robe, cloak that looked like the original movie and its sequels. And I'm really glad I did that because I never had the opportunity to do that in my previous Scream fan films, and I'm glad I got to finally this time. Uh, and so Ghostface really shines in this one. He looks like Ghostface, like the cloak is the movies, and that's what makes it feel even more like the movies. And that's something that was lacking with the early Scream fan films that I made, and even Ghostface versus Jason. Ghostface still didn't have the full 100% look of the cloak from the movies, and took 7 movies to get it right, but I finally got it right, and I'm really happy about that. I'm really happy about that because, yeah, I mean, 15 years, of making these, but 14 years. I think I keep getting it wrong. It's 15 years since I I created my channel, but it's 14 years of the Scream movies. It just feels longer. It just feels longer than that. I got the real Scream knife Buck 120, Ryan. Oh, cool. Cool. I saw a really good fake prop for the first time. It was Spirit Halloweens I went to, and that's when I was in Terrifier 3, not Terrifier 3, Terrifier costume, or the clown costume, and merchandise from the Terrifier movies, Terrifier shirt. Um, and I saw a fake Ghostface knife. I saw a Buck 120. It looked really real. And it was a retractable too. It was a retractable Buck 120, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" I'm like, "This literally is not available at any party store ever, or even like online." Of all the years that I have made Scream fan films since we go back to 2010, and now all of a sudden they have this available to the public as this retractable Buck 120. Like, I was so angry, I remember, of course, I wasn't, you know, shouting and going crazy and all that, but I remember just being so, like, mad because I know that how much better those scenes would have been when Ghostface is stabbing characters and stuff, like, how much more real I could have made those scenes look with a retractable knife, and a retractable knife that looks real like that Buck 120. And how many years I kept looking for it. I kept looking for that. I kept looking for that anywhere I could find that. I could not find a fake Buck 120 that was retractable anywhere. And it drove me crazy because that is such an important part of your Scream movie is the Buck 120. And if you don't get that right and it looks fan made, it already takes away a form of realism out of it. And um it's just so frustrating that I could have ah almost it's like had I just waited, I don't know, a year to make this movie, film it, and I would have just made it now, um, then the I could have used that retractable Buck 120 and the death scenes could have been even more like realistic, the stabbings, the cuts wouldn't have had to have been done a certain way. They could have looked more real. And so yeah, that is really disappointing. 'Cause I would have made it look all more realistic, would have made all of them way more realistic because that was one of the hardest things with these movies is the scenes when characters get stabbed, because you have to make it look real, and it's very hard to do those scenes. So, like, when I shoot those are like reverse shots. So I'll have the actor, the stunt person, they'll be grabbing the actor, they're holding onto the knife, and what they do is they do this thing where it's like a reverse performance. So the whoever's playing the killer and whoever's the victim will do a reverse reaction like this. So then with editing, it's like this. Um, I didn't start doing that until Ghostface versus Jason, but I was learning that reverse shots were that was a lifesaver when it came to those stabbing scenes because it's hard to make it look real without a retractable knife. And if I could have just had a realistic Buck 120 fake retractable knife, all those problems would have been solved. And that's that. But I mean, the Ghostface knives were so fake back then that there wasn't even it would even come out with them like silver or like gray. They weren't even like that kind of plastic. It was literally see through, where it's like if you got one, it was like blood inside, a fake blood inside. Kind of, those fake Ghostface knives. That's all they had back then. That it was very limited on what you could find with a Scream fan film. If you were trying to make one, it was very difficult to find a realistic knife. So what I had to do back then is I had to get someone to paint any fake Ghostface knife that I wanted to use for the movie. So they would literally have to use like silver paint just so I could make it look at all somewhat real. I'm certainly not going to be using the fake have it look like it does from the party store. I'm gonna, put in some effort. And so that's what I had to do back then, and I had to do that for every Scream movie that I would make. I would have to do that again and again. And then they came out with like future fake Ghostface knives that were finally an upgrade over those old ones, but they still were bad looking. They still weren't realistic looking. It still wasn't. It didn't look realistic enough still, and so that was always frustrating from each movie. And had I had those existed last year, those retractable Buck 120s, how new Ghostface would look, you know, those certain scenes, I just wow, much better that those moments would have been. But anyway, uh, have I ever showed you pics of my Ghostface mask collection before from Zach? Um, no, I don't think you have, Zach. No. Yeah, you had to get a custom one made by a fan if you wanted a realistic replica back then. Yep, exactly. And it was hard to find people that, would make those. And then whenever they would be like offered available to the public if you wanted to buy it, was super, super expensive. Super expensive. Um, and of course, this stuff would be only become available at times. It wasn't a Black Friday, Cyber Monday thing where, it was a certain time of the year where you could plan out when you're getting a certain whatever. I mean, it would just be thrown at you like, here it is. Here's $300. It's $300, $400, $500 for this fake knife. But hey, if you really want it, here it is right now. But hey, there's only one more left. So yeah, it was a nightmare back then to get a realistic fake knife for a Scream fan film. And yeah, Aaron, you didn't make me mad. I'm mad at you. I'm mad that the companies that make these retractable knives didn't come out with a Scream Ghostface Buck 120 retractable knife in 2011, 2010. That would have been wonderful, if that would have came out at that time. Because like now I just think like how differently those the movies would have been um, with a more realistic knife. But I tried every single Scream fan film for it to look as realistic as possible, and that's why there's also kills in the movies that aren't stabbings. That a character's being choked or beaten up, or there's other different ways characters are being killed that look more realistic. That I didn't have to worry about the buck 20. Um, so with my limited budget, it's all on being as creative as possible and trying to create kills that are realistic looking and aren't too difficult to do as well. Um, so, do you ever talking about bringing Cody back or no? No, not at the moment. Not anytime soon. I haven't talked to Cody in like uh 12 years, 10 years. I haven't talked to him in a long time. Yeah, definitely over 10 years I haven't talked to him. So, uh, yeah, I don't know. Zach, do you have any particular question for Nearest Face? Is there anything about that film that you may have a question? It was just a thought. Sorry. No, it's okay. You don't have to apologize. You asked me a question and I answer it for you. So it's all good. I have to say this is one of the better live streams in a long time. I mean, 4 likes on my live stream, and people have tuned in. I'm really happy. Because the last couple live streams that I did were awful. Nobody tuned in. I remember the Halloween live stream was probably the most miserable live stream because I was dressed up as Art the Clown and I wanted to be funny and was like all dressed up and everything, and um I wanted it to be a fun Halloween live stream, but nobody nobody was joining, and I feel like I wasted nothing but time with that live stream. So should I do any refresh on the other Ghostface films before I watch the Ghostface, or can I go in without one because it's been a bit since I've watched them? That's up to you, Zach. I mean, it doesn't hurt, honestly, because here's the thing, way I look at this movie, the Ghostface killer, whoever this obsessed, crazed fan Ghostface killer is, loves those movies or despises those movies, has their own opinion of all those Scream phantoms that I made. And a lot what that Ghostface is doing in the movie um, is connected to a lot of things that happen in those previous movies. Also, the sequels are mentioned, but is mainly focused on haunting the movie. It's mainly focused on the haunting of a ghost face. And so, in all honesty, I would recommend rewatching all of them again, like having a marathon, starting from haunting all the way to new Ghostface, like haunting, revenge, Destiny Part One, Destiny Part Two, Ghostface versus Jason, Minor versus Jason, a Ghostface story, and then new Ghostface. But um, new Ghostface mainly sticks to uh, haunting, the storyline of haunting, and the most tributes to my original movies are to the Scream movies are haunting in the movie. But so yeah, you can go into this with watching any of them except haunting. Though I would recommend watching haunting of a ghost face again before watching this. And it's up to you if you want to watch the other ones too. But I would say that wouldn't hurt though, because it's almost like you're watching New Nightmare, of Nightmare on Elm Street. And even though it connects mainly with like the original movie and kind of does its own thing, uh, it's still good to know all the things that happened in those original movies and being caught up. But it's up to you. It's up to you. If you don't have time and stuff, at least Haunting of a Ghost Face. If you can't watch all of them again, at least The Haunting of a Ghost Face. Uh, and as long as you watch Haunting, then it'll be much easier to follow. But yes, New Ghostface also does its own thing at the same time, where it's in a way you do need to see the other movies again, but you also don't. I've got time off of work until Thursday, so I'll just rewatch them all. Okay. All right, Zach. Well, I hope you enjoy rewatching them all over again. Um, yeah, that's awesome. I think 7 Scream films. 7 I have done. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. I think I was 14 when I and filmed Haunting, and now I'm 29, and now New Ghostface has just come out. So that's crazy that it's like yesterday I was making Haunting of a Ghostface, and now now I'm done with all the movies. I've just uploaded, published everything. New Ghostface. So that was like It was 14 years of my life. Don't remind me how old we are. I know, I know, I know. I know. It makes me feel so old. Makes me feel so old. Think that that went by so quick. That went by like that. I was 14 years old, you know, and now I'm gonna be 30, next September. So it's wild how fast life can go. Um, but I learned a lot through all those years making those movies. With the Ghostface story, 2018, that was it. That was originally, the end of. I mean, that really is the end of that original timeline as well. The storyline that was telling six in those six movies. Um, but New Ghostface is my new nightmare, and it's my new nightmare to the Scream movies. And it's me going out on a high note and moving on from Scream, moving on from Ghostface, moving on from that forever with this movie because I said to myself, I'm going to you know walk away from Scream, you know, and never ever come back to it. I need to end it on a serious high note, where it's walk away and people say that was your best movie, that was your best Scream movie, that was your best Scream fan film that you've done. I want to hear that. If I'm going to walk away, you know, forever, I want to walk away on a high note. So yeah, Ghostface is awesome, but I'm ready to move on to new projects, new characters, um, and tell new stories. I have so many original stories to tell. So I think New Ghostface was a great high note to end my Scream fan films on. And what's next is Rise of Elm Street. That's what's next. And it's exciting because I never made a Night Elm Street movie ever, and I always wanted to make one. Never had the opportunity, but I finally had the opportunity, uh, and got to make it this year. Got to film it all. So now it's editing the movie. Um, sure, Aaron. Um, so yeah, it's going from one film to the next, and it's going from like Wes Craven to Wes Craven because Nightmare on Elm Street is Wes Craven, and then Scream is Wes Craven. So it's going back and forth. But yeah, it feels good to finally move on from Scream, finally let go, and so yeah, because I mean these movies did help me get through a lot um, in my life. They've been an amazing escape. But I also do have bad memories with the Scream movies. So there's a part of me that is glad that it's over. Um, because I do have some bad memories with the Scream films, and mainly the early days making the movies, not the later on, but in the beginning. So just kind of starting over, telling a new story, new worlds, and new characters. It's exciting because it's I love starting over, and with Scream, it was great to go back and do things that I'd never done yet, and were able to. Um, but after that, I said, yeah, that's it. I feel good just doing this. Um, but no, there's going to be no sequel to New Ghostface. There's not going to be another movie. Um, People would have to demand it. My fan base would have to demand it. I'd have to have 20, 30, 40 people send messages, make a sequel to New Ghostface, for me to ever make a sequel to it. Um, but that won't happen. So yeah, this is my goodbye to the Scream movies, my Scream fan films. It's far from goodbye to making movies. I have so many more movies I plan to make. Um, so it's saying goodbye to Scream, not saying goodbye to film. Uh, but it feels good though because I have so much more of a range as a filmmaker to show than just Scream. So much more than that as a filmmaker. And if you watch the Devil Servant movies, anybody that has seen those, that is an example of what I can do that's not fan made. That's something that entirely comes from my imagination. My own characters isn't based off a book, isn't based off of anything. It's its own original world. And I plan to just make more and more films and tell stories that are entirely original. So, any non-horror movies planned? Yeah, I like to make romance, a drama romance movie. Um, and I also would like to make a drama as well, just a drama. And I would love to make a fantasy. Now that you could call it fantasy horror, but fantasy. Um, to where like you know werewolves, vampires, zombies, all that kind of stuff. Depending on the kind of fantasy you would call that. I would love to explore that because I love fantasy. Um, and then drama, like a drama. I always wanted to tell a romance, but you have to get it right though. Romance movies, it's that's very tricky. Because there's some love stories people just despise so much, and then there's love stories people love, and I've never really explored that as a filmmaker, a love story before. But if I tell one, it's going to be done right. It's not going to be this over the top, laughable love story. I like love stories that feel real and love stories that feel like that it could happen. Love stories that are educational, that can teach you things about life, can change your perspective, open your perspective. Um, I want to tell that kind of love story, um, and then explore drama because I love drama. Um, I was in theater as a kid, so I would love to direct drama, and and I would love to make just a thriller one day, a thriller, a film that's a psychological thriller, not a horror film, but a thriller, even like a drama thriller would be good too. Even like a horror drama, I'd love to do as well. I would love to make a horror drama. So there are tons of other genres of movies I would love to explore. I'm not walking away from horror. That's my main genre as a filmmaker. But I do want to expand my range because there's a lot of stuff I want to tell, and not all of them can be told through horror. But the thing is also right now, the horror genre is very popular. I mean, it's always been popular, but I've never seen it as popular as I see it now in my lifetime. Um, I've noticed a big change from when I was a kid to now in my life now, like how people are like comes to horror. It's way more popular now. Horror kind of took over comedy. It took over comedy because comedy is dying out. Comedy is a genre that's dying, kind of like how westerns were dying in the 60s. I think comedy is a genre that it's been around forever, but it's not going to be around forever. It's something that is slowly going away, and horror is taking over, and I see that because comedies were. I mean, back then, if a comedy came out, like on the big screen, people would go and that movie would make 200 million, at the box office or 300 million, a comedy movie. Comedies don't make that money anymore, unless it's a superhero. movie, or it's an action film with comedy. But a comedy itself, just a comedy, they don't get the responses from critics and from audience viewers that they used to. Comedies just aren't the same, and it's a dying genre. So horror is taking over, and so that's why like Terrifier 3 made 100 million. A movie like that, 20 years ago would have never made 100 million, especially an NC-17 movie. So it definitely shows the change in genres people have interest in now, and that people are more interested in horror than comedy in this generation. So there's a huge audience for horror. So it's also me like wanting to explore different genres almost at the worst time, because it's at a time where people want to see horror really bad. They want to see all new kinds of movies of in the horror genre, um, and just makes it more difficult to try to do something outside of the horror genre. Try to do something that's not what I've been doing, because how well horror is doing, how well people like it. It's a genre people want to con- consistently see, and they want to see a certain formula from it. So uh, it's definitely a tricky time to try a different genre um, when horror is doing so well. I remember Adam Sandler movies where a thing on big screen, not this movie, are on Netflix. Okay. But yes, I do have horror movies planned. Zach, a lot of movies planned. They're just other movies I want to make that aren't horror, but does not change the amount of horror movies that I want to make, because it's a genre that I love a lot, because of the characters I can write and the stories I can create, and um, bringing that to life, and yeah. And I think there's part of something with the horror genre that is nostalgic for me too, because I've been a horror fan my whole life as well. But movies as a medium were built by horror. It'll never truly go away. It just has its ups and downs, and right now we're in the most up of it. Up of ups. Haha. Yes, we are. We are. I mean, Terrifier. Look at Terrifier 3. That was an amazing movie experience. That was amazing experience. Going to opening night, and you see the walkouts, you see people getting up and walking out of the theater because they can't handle what's happening on the big screen. I mean, that I've never see that ever for a movie. Never. And that was quite an experience. That was a packed house. I mean, almost every seat was taken. People were sitting in the alleys because there was no more seats. So it was like an event, for like a Nightmare on Elm Street movie back in the '80s. It was like that. People were dressed as Art the Clown. I mean, it was unlike anything I've ever experienced. Even when I thought I saw it all as an audience viewer, it was like, nope, you haven't. And that experience with that audience was really that was amazing. Um, People were reacting in all these ways, but you can just tell so many were fans of the series, and uh, that the hype was real. People were walking out. Like it was like, yeah. Um, but there were people that did think the second one was more gruesome than the third one. Was more gory. So, but that was fun. I got to talk to people. when the movie was over that were in the theater with me that saw it. I mean, that was really cool. So that was one of those rare viewing experiences of a film where I go see it by myself and I have that much fun with the audience. My anxiety to for it to be that many people and to have that much fun was really enjoyable. Um, yeah, horror is doing great right now. People can say what they want about Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends. I don't hate those movies. I just think we're in a really good decade of horror so far. You know, Smile 2, I saw that. Um, the Scream movie, Scream 5, Scream 6. I mean, it looks good so far. This decade of horror. Um, Also, I dumped like 30 pics of my Ghostface collection in your Facebook chat. First pick are the same kind of masks used in the first film, and the second pick is the kind of Scream is the kind from Scream 2. Oh, cool. All right, Zach, I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check those out. That's awesome. Actually, I want to go to my messages now. Sounds awesome, Zach. That sounds awesome. All right, go into your. Oh, cool. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. So, Zach, you are these you've collected like your whole life from the 90s to like now? I mean, these are like retro because I see like ones that are more recent, that say Scream 4. I see ones that say Scream. These are great picks, by the way. Oh my God. Wow. Glow in the dark. I remember that as a kid when it said "Scream," glow in the dark, before it would say "Scream 4" and it had the green, on the, mask, and, if you went in the dark that the mask would turn green. I remember that. That's also why I use so much green in New Ghostface. It's not just like the Stab movie stuff. I just remember as a kid when Ghostface costumes were new and kids were wearing them for the first time and everything. They had the glow in the dark green mask, and I remember seeing that all the time. And when I even went as Ghostface, like, your the mask is glow in the dark green, and to me that just became a part of Scream was that green. And uh, so I had to treat that with New Ghostface. There's just something about that green that just when you see that, it's Scream. It's Scream. It's Ghostface. Has to be done right. But oh, and you got one autographed too by Roger Jackson. Zach, oh man, you have one that's autographed. Is signed by Roger Jackson. That's so. I don't know the other. Looks like other people signed it too. Wow. You got the Chrome one, the 25th anniversary. It's not been opened. And then what a great collection, Zach. You got the Scarecrow. Yeah, and the zombie one, I used the zombie one, for the Destiny of Ghostface. I remember thinking the zombie one was so cool. I was like, "I have to try the zombie mask." You got the Scary Movie one, and that's the old school where it says Ghostface spoof mask, Scary Movie. That's like 90s, early 2000s right here. Wow, that's really cool, Zach. Oh, and you met Nev Campbell and Skeet Ulrich. You have a picture with them. That's awesome. Lucky? I have yet to meet them. I would love to meet them. Wow. Well, I'm jealous. I'm jealous that you met Nev Campbell and Skeet Ulrich. How amazing that would be to meet them. Now, I mean, I did go to the Halloween convention, met Malcolm McDowell and John Carpenter and Malaka Cott and Dick Warlock and Nick Castle and D. Wallace and uh, Tommy Lee Wallace, uh, Dave Farch, Brad Loree, Ken Ray, Jeff Daniel Phillips. Yeah, a lot. I've met people, but those names though, Nev Campbell. I mean, yeah, I mean, I've met John Carpenter. I mean, he kind of his name is kind of higher than both of them, but still, those are huge names, Nev Campbell and Ski Ulrich. So that's huge to meet them. I just met Macaulay Culkin a couple weeks ago. He was at this event here in PA. Me and my friends, we went, and it was this like Q&A that he had, and he was answering questions for fans, and he brought fans up on stage, and the movie Home Alone played before. It was Home Alone re-release that played before the movie itself. A movie that played before he appeared on stage. So it was the movie, and then it was a Q&A after, and it was really really cool. I got to see him live. I got to see Macaulay Culkin live, and it was this audience that was like it looked like a football stadium I was in. I mean, it was huge where I was. I mean, haven't been with an audience that huge probably in my life. Probably have never been with so many packed audiences for movies my entire life, except for this year. I mean, it's really something else this year. People are going back to the movies. People are going to re-releases. I mean, it's fun to see that. It's fun to see people go back to the movies, and people aren't talking about watching a movie at home anymore. That people are want to go to the movies with their friends. They want to go to the movies with their family. Themselves. I'm really happy that we're there. Um, and it's just very exciting time as a movie fan. Maybe not for movies right now, besides the horror genre. Besides the horror genre, but it's exciting. Zach, you said I started collecting in 2010. Ghostface collecting um, pre 2020 was pretty reasonably priced. You could get a fantastic or fearsome faces mask for like $70. Now, fantastic go for a minimum of like 600. Oh, wow. So it's since 2010 you've been collecting. I will. Oh, I've been collecting since 2010 as well, but I do not have the collection you have. Wow. In fact, one of maps that I've been holding on to for years that was wrapped that I never opened. I gave away to Liam. I gave it to one of my actors. I wanted to give away one of the masks to one of my actors from films. I always hold on to my masks when filming is done, so I wanted to give it to one of my actors because it was a mask that a Ghostface mask that I liked, but it was a Ghostface mask that I could get rid of though, because it wasn't like a certain really really like special one. It was one of those that like would come with the costume when you buy the mask. It's just like standard kind of one that you get. But yeah, um, that's really cool. You've been collecting since 2010, and you could get a fantastic or fearsome, faces mask and all that for $70 now. I mean, minimum 600. You also met Matthew Lillard and had a beer with him. Wow, good, good for you, Zach. Congratulations. You had a beer with Matthew Lillard. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. That's amazing. I could the questions I would have for Matthew Lillard, the questions I would have, of course, mine would be the annoying ones. Would you ever come back to Scream? Would you come back to Scream movie? Would you back as Ghostface? Would you return as Ghostface? What ideas do you have? If Stu came back, I'd ask more of like anything that anyone doesn't know about the original Scream 3 version that we're gonna go with. Probably would ask him all that, but he would already be expecting those questions, so I probably would ask him. I would have to ask him questions that aren't that. I'd probably ask him questions about because I grew up with the Scooby Doo movies as a kid. The Scooby Doo movie that he was in, not just the animated ones that he still does, the voice of Shaggy, but the live action ones. So I probably would ask him questions about the Scooby Doo films since I grew up with those and I saw them in the theater as a kid. So I probably ask him much more simple questions than Scream because he get that's what he mostly gets questions is Scream. So I probably rather ask something Scooby. You've also met Robert Englund, Kane Hodder, Tony Todd. Lucky you, and R.I.P. Tony Todd. You met Tony Todd. Wow. So you had a beer. You had a beer with Matthew Lillard, and you met Tony Todd. You met Malcolm McDowell. Well, hey, all right, we have that in common. We both met Malcolm McDowell and so many others. Awesome. You met Robert Englund. So you have met Freddy Krueger. You have met Ghostface, the best Ghostface too. You've met Ghostface. You've met Freddy Krueger. You've met Jason. You've met Dr. Loomis. That's awesome. That's awesome. Good for you, Zach. I hope to meet more um, names like that in the future. And I'm going to H50 in 2028, Halloween, 50 Years of Terror. My sister she's gonna take me again. She loved going for the 45th. Like she had way more fun than she thought she was going to. And it changes her perspective of horror movies now and how fake they are. Because horror movies like scared her a lot growing up, but after the convention, it changed her whole perspective of it. And so that's what was really fun. And she got to see all those filming locations of Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween. Um, they filmed Terminator. They filmed um, Scream 2. Uh, I mean, a lot of movies. Halloween 2. Um, that bus tour was amazing because they take you to many iconic filming locations. I mean, you see the Myers house, you see the Doyle's house, you see Glenn's house, you see so many locations that were filmed for Halloween, not just the original, but for the remake too. I saw the high school also where they shot uh, the TV series You, the show on Netflix You, the high school that they used. That's the same high school that was used for the Halloween remake as well, and I got to see that. So that was really cool. Like all the locations, the cemetery from the original, uh, hardware store, where that I mean, so many iconic locations that look the same to this day. It's amazing. Halloween 3, the Tom Atkins bar. I went to that bar and I had a drink at that Tom Atkins bar. When we were doing the bus tour, me and my sister, we had a shot. Um, and we sat where Tom Atkins sat. So that was super, super fun. Um, uh, yeah, I want to try to get to that 50th anniversary convention. That'd be amazing. Yeah, I highly recommend it, Zach, and I could meet you there, which would be cool. I mean, not. I mean, of course, we can meet here in PA, but um, yeah, that would be awesome. The more people I know, the better going to those conventions because much more fun. The more people you know, and it was such an amazing experience because um, there was no problems, there was no issues. It was very very peaceful and for you want more than anything is for conventions to be peaceful when you go to it because it's intense. So much is happening. So many actors are there. This is that happening. Q&A panels, signing autographs here, you know, take a photo with the celebrity. I mean, all this stuff. You know, merchandise. I mean, all the things that are at a convention. You want to go smoothly. You know, you hope it all goes well, and when it does, it's a great feeling, and it's what Halloween 45 was. And John he loved it, and he doesn't go to these conventions. He doesn't ever go to this stuff. So I was one of the first people to ever ask him a question at a Halloween convention, and I could tell when he went there, he was nervous. And he didn't know how to react and what to say. But um, I could tell as it went on more and more, he got more comfortable. And hearing that he had such a great experience uh, at the convention, it's really cool. I mean, he lives only like a block away from the convention center, so I mean, you know, you never know. He might go to the 50th after that because he had a lot of fun, more than he thought he was going to. So meeting Robert Englund is definitely a nice experience because if you ask or tell him something he finds interesting, he will literally spend 20 minutes talking about what you asked. That is awesome. That's cool because that means he gives you time as a fan. He doesn't shut you out in like 10 seconds. Like, okay, hi, here's my autograph, here's my picture, see ya. I mean, he literally will answer your question. That is amazing. You know, good for Robert Englund. Shows that he really does care about his fans. Really does. He really gets it. He really gets it. That's great to hear, Zach. I would love to meet him. I hope I can meet him. I it's like after Rise of Elm Street, making that fan film and just being a Nightmare fan my whole life, I feel like I have to meet him. Um, so hopefully I can. I had an idea, if you have time, something I wanted to do in the live stream that I didn't want to do as like a separate video at like another time because I always do them. But I was thinking about maybe doing an unboxing video for one of my 4K Blu-rays that I've just recently got. Um, or for two 4K Blu-rays that I just got. I wouldn't mind doing two unboxing videos for you guys through this live chat, and then wrap it up obviously after that. Kind of end the live stream with unboxing two Blu-rays for you guys, so you guys can see me unbox two Blu-rays live rather than always all the time on my channel. You know, you guys will watch them. They're recorded and edited. You know, if you guys want to see it long. Um, but yeah, is that cool? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So these are two 4K Blu-rays I've just got. Um, one is The Strangers 4K. I have loved this movie, The Strangers, like my whole life, since I remember the blockbuster rental of it, and nothing can beat the original movie. It's a masterpiece, and I'm so happy to finally own this. Um, finally, finally own it. Strangers, and it comes with the unrated too, so it's with the unrated version. Um, and yeah, it's in 4K UHD for its theatrical version, and no, I guess it's only the 4K for the unrated. Okay, that's fine though. And then the other one is Terminator. This is a very new 4K that just came out. Same with The Strangers, but this one is uh, very new. And I personally T2 is my favorite, but the first one is my second favorite. And the original was honestly my favorite growing up, and the second one I actually didn't like that much as a kid. But as an adult, I like the second one a lot more. And but I love both the first two movies. They're just masterpieces. They're some of the greatest films ever. They hold up far more throughout time, especially that we're entering this era of AI, and AI, like how scary technology is getting. You know, it just these feel more and more real. These films, and they're more effective than they were than they were 20 years ago. So all right, I'm gonna do two unboxings of these. What I just need real quick is scissors, and then I can open these. So give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna grab scissors. All right, so strangers. Here we go. We're gonna start with the strangers. All right. Okay. All right. So, and yes, I always smell them. Any new Blu-rays, I have to smell them. Okay, so this is the first disc it comes with. This is what it looks like on the inside. The Strangers, and then um, 4K, Ultra HD, unrated, 4K Ultra HD, unrated, Scream Factory, Universal 4K, Dolby Vision, DTS. Pretty awesome. I don't know why it looks so smudged when I opened it. Is that just the design of it? I don't know if that's a design thing or that's intentional, or well, it looks much better on the camera. But yeah, it looks like all smudged. Some of these Blu-rays are just not uh, created the best, sadly. With Blu-rays, you kind of don't know what you're going to get. So, and then we get the Strangers. The theatrical version is on standard Blu-ray. But the 4K transfer, I would believe, the new 4K transfer. And then I don't think I've ever seen that image on the right in terms of any kind of promotion for the movie. It says Blu-ray unrated version. Uh, I assume that that's probably, both of them. They have to be the 4K transfers, even though they're not presented in 4K, because it does say Shop Factory on all these discs. So I believe these are all the new versions of them. So that is The Strangers 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray. Um, super super cool. Uh, yeah, I'm so happy to own this. I mean, this is just Strangers is one of my favorite movies and one of my favorite horror films, and it's I always wanted to see it in 4K, and because it's the movie been around for 15 years, so it's nice finally that it's in. People can watch it in 4K. It's great that people can view it that way. Um, what? How did I not know that Strangers was coming out in 4K? The Terminator, it just came out. The Strangers 4K. So the Terminator's 4K transfer is pretty amazing looking. Definitely one of the best looking of 4K 4K of James Cameron's films. The smudge is a major shout Scream Factory issue. Yes. Yeah, I've noticed that with the Scream Factories. Like my box set that I have, the Halloween one, of Curse of Michael Myers, H2O, Resurrection. This one's very fragile. Like everyone's talked about this box set here. By the way, this is Brad Laurie's signature, who played Michael Myers in Halloween Resurrection. Um, that's what's great about this box set is I have that. But even though you get all these Halloween Blu-rays in here, and stuff, it's I feel like this is gonna break any day. It's one of those box sets that just you can hear the paper there. Like these aren't made right. They're not made good. And it's disappointing. Like it's Scream Factory. Like they should do a better job than that. You know. So I just hope nothing happens to this because I got Brad Laurie's signature on it. Michael Myers on there. So hopefully nothing happens. But anyway, here we go. Terminator 4K. And you know what? Like the only 4Ks I have from James Cameron are Titanic and Terminator. This first Terminator. Um, I would love to own T2. Don't get me wrong. I own it digitally. I own it special edition. I believe I have the special edition of a Blu-ray still in storage from 15 years ago. But uh, um, there's been a lot of negative responses about the Blu-ray 4K of T2. That they use AI and that things just don't look right. People complained about the True Lies 4K. So I only agree to get a T2 Blu-ray of it when it's done right, because that 4K that James Cameron gave us with T2 was not impressive, and we can get something so much better than that for one of the greatest movies of all time. T2 deserves better than that. Um, so hopefully, we get a updated Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray of T2. I think that's the one that needs the most changed, you know? And True Lies, because like that kind of movie shouldn't look like that, you know? So it honestly Titanic, that's the best looking of the 4Ks because um a movie looking that good, that crisp, it works for a film like Titanic. It works. But a film like Terminator, film like Aliens, a film like True Lies, there's a certain like film grain to them that you don't want to lose. And especially with the original Terminator. So hearing all these good responses from Zach and from other people about this 4K is that the film grain is kept and that it sounds like it looks and sounds the way that the T2 4K should have been. So I'm really happy to hear that because this was kind of James Cameron's last chance to give us a 4K Blu-ray that was really, really good. And I have a lot of confidence in this from what I've been hearing from people because I would have heard bad responses about it if it was that bad. So very, very excited to watch this. One of my favorite movies, Terminator, but T2 is also one of my favorite movies, and that is my favorite of the series. But yeah, it's great to own this, and it's great to own The Strangers finally in 4K. So now I have two 4K Blu-rays to add to my collections. I'm really happy about that. Um, so yeah, it's great. Got to do this on video for you guys live. I never do unboxing videos live. Um, so Oh, I forgot to open it up. My bad. Here. Okay. All right. So that's the disc inside. That's what it looks like. That looks good. 4K Ultra HD, HDR, the skull, MGM. That's really good. And it's just one disc. It's one disc. And it comes with a digital code. I'm not going to show that, but it comes with a digital code. So, yep. That's my unboxing of these two 4K Blu-rays. I'm very excited to watch both. It's about both of them. So, yeah. Well, all of his 4Ks use the AI, but they've perfected with this Terminator release. Yeah, I mean that's what I've heard. I mean, I know he uses the AI, but I saw like images of the 4K Blu-ray online, and it didn't look AI'd. It didn't look like his other 4K Blu-rays, and that's what really motivated me to get this in 4K Blu-ray because I wouldn't have picked it up if it would have been just like his other 4Ks. But the fact that this is different, that it looks still like the original movie and captures that, um, and it's just going to make the original hold up more, with its 4K being done so well. So yeah, it's great. It's great that um, it's a good remaster of it. So I'm looking forward to watching it. And the special features, it's creating the Terminator visual effects and music, the Terminator closer to the real thing, Unstoppable Force, the legacy of the Terminator, and 7 deleted scenes. So I'm not sure which features are new. Um, 'Cause I remember watching the DVD as a kid, and I remember it's Blu-ray as well, and it came with a lot of bonus features. But I'm not sure if these are all the same bonus features or not. It's been that long since I've watched it on physical media. Because I didn't watch the first one for years, um, and just recently um, got it on digital, like early this year. So, uh, um, but watching it years later, it was like rewatching it all over again. And the ending always gets me. It's definitely emotional experience. For the movie is definitely emotional, and the second one's even more emotional. But that's what's great about the Terminator films is it has a mix of drama, action, suspense, uh, um, all these different elements in one. And James Cameron has always been a great filmmaker at doing that, with capturing all these different tones of a film and putting them all together. Um, and yeah, he's just really great at that. Not all filmmakers can master that. Um, Now with the Strangers 4K, I'm noticing there's any bonus features on these, but really all you get is the new 4K presentation of the original digital, uh, um, and it's presented in Dolby Vision. So that seems to be the newest thing. Um, Except, the element of danger and strangers at the door. Those may be new. I've seen the deleted scenes. I've seen the theatrical trailers and TV spots. Um, uh, might be uh, defining moments, writing and directing the strangers, all the right moves. Kip Weeks on playing the man of the mask. Brains and Ron. Laura Margolis on playing Pinup Girl. Deep Cuts. Kevin Pritchard on editing The Strangers Still Gallery. Might be some things in here that I've never seen because I've owned the main Blu-ray of it before. Its main Blu-ray. I mean, a couple things sound new, but I almost want to check my original 4K, not original 4K, my original 1080p Blu-ray of The Strangers to see if what really has changed. Okay, so this is the original Strangers. This is what I've like owned my whole life. Um, was this one, and what it says in the back here is high def feature. The bonus features: the elements of terror and deleted scenes. Okay, so that's all the bonus features that I have seen. The elements of terror and deleted scenes. So everything else, I guess I'll display them both. Why not? The other features are all new. They're all new. I've never seen them. So that's cool. I love when a 4K Blu-ray comes out and it comes with bonus features that have never been on the previous uh, releases. I think that's amazing when they do that. So I can uh, definitely show you guys some of my 4K Blu-rays. I don't know if I can grab all of them. It's quite a lot, but I'll bring out some of them. It's a lot. I thankfully have collecting 4K Blu-rays really good. Um, and it's also thanks that I've gotten a 4K Blu-ray player now, so I can actually watch my movies in 4K Blu-ray. Because on the Xbox One X, that is not the 4K Blu-ray player you think it is. I will tell you that. Um, uh, I sent my movie shelves in our chat. It's a lot as well. That's good. All right, so I guess I will just show the ones I have I'm holding on to right now. All right, so Terrifier 3, I just got this 4K Blu-ray Steelbook. It's a really great 4K Blu-ray. And I plan to get the box set, Terrifier box set that is coming out. That comes with all three movies. First one on 4K, first time. Um, and the third one is going to be on VHS in the box set on VHS. It's going to have a new soundtrack to it. So that's what it looks like inside. So that's Terrifier 3. This is A Nightmare on Elm Street. The original, this was for the 40-year anniversary that they did this year. So this is the 4K of it, and this is great because it's just it's A Nightmare on Elm Street. It's one of my favorite horror movies. And it comes with this, so that's what it looks like when you open it. And yeah, it comes with a digital code, so you can. And it not only does it come with a digital code, it comes with two digital codes, and it comes with the theatrical version of the movie and the unrated version of the movie. So you get to own both versions digitally, and that's what's really cool about it is you get to own them digitally with the Blu-ray. So you're given like those two options. Over there. All right, and then this is Scream 5 4K book, Blu-ray Steelbook. It comes with the 4K and it comes with its 1080p Blu-ray of it. So it's really cool. I love this Steelbook. I remember when I got it, I was so excited when I got it. And it's when I remember getting this, and I'm like, the Scream series is back. Scream is back. You know, it was a very exciting moment as a fan. And Scream 6. This was a really good Steelbook as well. I really enjoyed this one. And then open it up and you see Ghostface.
It's nice to finally own 4Ks, because they in a way 4K is still new. It's not as new as it was like a few years ago. It's much more relevant, but it's cool. This is Joker, not the second one, the first one that came out in 2018. I have 4K Blu-ray. This is one of my first 4K Blu-rays as well, and this did play on the Xbox One X. The early 4K Blu-rays play on the Xbox One X. Very rare, like any new 4K Blu-rays actually work. So you have to get a 4K Blu-ray player. You can't use your Xbox One. Anybody that says that you can is lying, because the amount of discs that it doesn't read of 4K, and even discs that aren't 4K, it's disgusting. Now, obviously, it's a gaming console, but I just expected better from Microsoft when it came to Blu-ray. So I'm trying to put the Joker back in. So case. Okay. The other one was Justice League. Zack Snyder's Justice League. This is one that I had to get. This is the Justice League. This is, to me, this is the definitive version. The Josh Whedon version does not exist. It's only this version that exists. This was great when this came out during the pandemic. Um, and you get a whole package in this Blu-ray, because it's a 4-hour movie, but it's 2 discs, so it does feel like you are watching 2 movies. It's so long, but you go on this journey with these characters, and it's a beginning, middle, and end story, and you don't have to watch this movie, this movie, this movie to get to this. It's literally it's everyone's movie in one, and connects all their stories, and I just can't imagine what we could have gotten. A Justice League Part 2, a Justice League Part 3, the Justice League War that they were talking about with Darkseid. You know how amazing that would have been. And that's what DC should have done before James Gunn took over. It's exactly what they should have done, because I'm all for hitting the reset button, but they should, they should have stuck to that. They should have done a Justice League Part 2, Part 3. And it's really too bad that we'll never see that. We'll never get that. Because that would have been amazing. It really would have been. This was the first Halloween 4K out, the original one. This is the one that a lot of people don't like. This didn't even play on my Xbox One X back in 2018 when I got this, and so I couldn't even watch it. But people said to me, "You're not missing out. It's nothing new." And apparently, my H35 1080p Blu-ray looked better than that. Is what people said. But to me, this one, this 4K of Halloween, it looked like the 2007 DVD, the 2007 Blu-ray, but in 4K, if that makes sense. So maybe that's why people didn't like it. I don't know. Titanic, I have Titanic in 4K. Only 2 James Cameron movies that I have in 4K, because these are honestly the only 4K Blu-rays that he's done that are actually good, which is the first Terminator and Titanic. So comes with 4K, comes with a 1080p Blu-ray, comes with a digital code, and yeah, I got this back last year when it first came out on Blu-ray, and I had to, because Titanic, I mean, that's always been my favorite movie. I mean, Godfather is like all realistically my favorite film. Watching that in high school in my film classes, but Titanic, I've just known that movie my whole life, and I can quote it. And I remember watching that on VHS as a kid. I remember the Blockbuster rentals. I mean, I just remember the phenomenon it was, and the phenomenon it still is to this day. Halloween 3 Season of the Witch I have from Shout Factory. This is the first time I ever owned Halloween 3 as well. Um, and it was a movie that I couldn't get into as a kid, and not till I got older, because it doesn't have Michael Myers in it. But uh, it's a classic. It's a masterpiece. I saw the re-release of it at a screening in Philadelphia last year. It was with a packed audience. It was amazing. People really enjoyed it. I can tell there was clapping. I mean, it was one of those um, uh, re-releases of a Halloween film that I never experienced, and it was super fun. It's a movie that people appreciate now that they didn't back then. You know, people look at Halloween 3 differently than they did back in the 80s. The original Halloween, John Carpenter's classic. I met John Carpenter, which is so cool. I got paid millions. It was fabulous. Does that answer his question? Oh, it's the easiest question I've ever had to answer. And this is Halloween 2018. I consider it Halloween 9, mine, because it goes back to the old series, brings Jamie Lee Curtis back. She's kind of similar to how she was in Resurrection a lot. So even though, yes, it's a direct sequel to the first one, it always gave me sequel to Resurrection vibes. But yeah. But this was a fun experience seeing Halloween 2018. Everybody liked it. There was no like mixed response from people with this movie. People actually liked this one. Like when you get to Halloween Kills and you get to Halloween Ends, you hear literally a divide with audiences. You know how they view this film. Halloween 2, the original. This was actually the last 4K Blu-ray I got, which was the Halloween 2. Um, man, all right, open this up. This is what you get when you open the Halloween 2 4K Blu-ray. Comes with 3 discs, and you do the television cut, which is super amazing. Oh, also like this image here of Michael Myers. That's I think my favorite image of Michael Myers is him in that hallway, the hallway shot of him. I remember that like the pictures and like cards as a kid, and I don't know, just it's nostalgic and creepy. Just that shot of him walking in the hallway, you know, so creepy. I know what you did last summer. I just got this year. Um, this is a new 4K I just got. Um, I'm glad I got it though. It looks good. I think it could have looked better though. I think this is a 4K that could have looked much better. Honestly, was a little disappointed by the quality. Um, but nice to rewatch the movie years later, and I'm really excited for the sequel that's coming out. Um, the I know the last 4. I hope they're ignoring the third one. I really hope they're ignoring the third one. Um, Jennifer Love Hewitt just been confirmed that she's coming back. Um, Freddie Prinze Jr. is going to be in it. Uh, Nicholas Alexander is going to be in the movie. It sounds like going to be a really good cast. I'm very excited for the film. Bride of Chucky 4K. This is the first Chucky movie I've owned in 4K, and this is the first Chucky movie I ever saw. I was too young when I saw this. I watched this on TV. I think 99 or 2000. It was on TV, and I was like way too young to watch it. It's 90s, early 2000s that I saw this on TV. I know it had to have been for 2001. But um, so I'm used to Chucky being like a comedic villain. I didn't watch the original until I got older, so I always thought Chucky was a comedic villain and wasn't serious. So it wasn't until I watched the originals where I'm like, oh, okay, now I see why people were mad why they changed the formula with Bride of Chucky. Now I get it. But that's my 90s, 2000s nostalgia there. Um, I'm not as much of a fan of Seed of Chucky as Bride of Chucky, but here we are. Halloween Ends. Halloween Ends, Zach. Halloween Ends is the best of the Blumhouse trilogy, and I'll die on that hill. Yep, it is. Halloween Ends is the best of all three, and I got to meet this man. Rohan Campbell. Yeah, Rowan Campbell. I met him at the H45 convention, and he was super nice to me, super nice to the fans. His line was super packed, and uh, yeah, it was super exciting. I feel like I had to meet Corey Cunningham. Out of anyone, I was like, I have to meet Corey Cunningham, and especially all the hate that he got for the movie, from everyone, you know. So I felt bad, like, you know, um, because, like, who knows, he might be only remembered as the copycat Michael his whole life, instead of other characters maybe he wanted to play and be remembered for those. So hopefully it doesn't really hurt his career. Um, I think Halloween Ends is very underrated. I hated it. I hated this movie when it first came out, like many people did. But my opinion of the movie changed throughout time. My perspective changed about it, especially after reading the novel that was created for this movie. Um, really helps explain things that aren't explained in the film as well. Really catch you up until there's a lot that's written that leads up to Halloween night 2019. Like, a lot happens where it picks up where Kills left off, and it goes into things that happen that night and doesn't just jump to 2019 and, like, years later. It still picks up where Kills left off and goes into elements that happened that night. So it is sort of better than the movie because it enhances the film, and questions that I had about the character of Corey Cunningham, or any other character in that movie. A lot is explained in the book, and a lot of what of Halloween Ends, it fits many ways. It fits better as a book than a movie because it's the structure of it is different than a lot of the Halloween films. So I feel like that's why I enjoyed it so much as a novel. It says Halloween Kills, the 4K Blu-ray Steelbook. Um, I sadly my 4K Blu-ray is not doing well. I don't know what happened to the disc, but I'm going to have to get a new 4K of it and just put um, the new disc in here because I'm keeping the Steelbook, but I'll just have to get a new disc of Kills in 4K because the 4K disc is not doing well. And I believe I took care of the disc. I don't know what happened, but that happens sometimes. I love the back here. That shot of Michael Myers there. I love that. Love that shot. I love this red too. Love that red. Um, so just something about steelbooks. I don't know. I just love steelbooks. 4K steelbooks. And here's Scream 3. Yeah. And this is my favorite. You're not going anywhere, Sydney, and it shows the voice changer. I love that. Now, back in 2000, you know, we're all like, this could never exist, the voice changer. But now with AI and where we're going with AI and technology with AI, where it's all heading, who knows? I mean, stuff like that, voices being like altered, that's already happening. You see like those fake AI videos, of people. Like, we're getting there. So to me, that's honestly the scariest thing about this film is the voice changer, and that's something that I didn't think was realistic or scary at all when I first watched it. So it's amazing that thought would hold up the least is what holds up the most. Because you never know. One day, some psychopath is going to do something crazy with the voice changer with the AI technology. I mean, you never know. You know, so it's more realistic now. Um, my friend like fell in love with him after seeing the movie, and he's like, I will now see anything he is in. Oh, that's cool. I saw Anthony Michael Hall. I saw him at the Halloween convention, um, in a restaurant, and the temptation to go up to him and say "Evil dines tonight" was so strong. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, at the convention, the Halloween cast was talking about AI and the problems with AI, and fans asked him. Everyone was asking him, Anthony Michael Hall, to say AI dies tonight, and that's in my video as well. If you go to my YouTube channel, I have a three-parter of the Halloween convention that shows everyone I met, all the things that me and Cassidy did on that trip, and everything we did at the convention center. You get to see that. We went to the after party. There's a lot on there. Uh, um, but but Anthony Michael Hall, he said AI dies tonight after everyone was asking him to say it, and everyone said it at the same time as he did too. He's like, on count of three, and three, two, one, AI dies tonight. It was great. That was a great moment with Anthony Michael Hall. Not everybody has the same. Not everybody has a good experience meeting him, from what I've heard. I guess it just depends on the mood he's in. Um, but yeah, um, uh, it was great to meet so many of those names, and to meet almost every single Michael Myers actor. Um, you know, the only one that wasn't there was George P. Wilbur, because he passed away a couple years ago. And then all the stunt actors that have played Michael all talked about him at the convention, and they talked about how great he was, and that um, he went by Mr. George P. Wilbur, not George Wilbur. Um, and they were talking about Charles Cyphers at the convention because he was in bad health at that time. That's why he wasn't able to go. And it was Nancy Loomis that was telling everybody um, news of what's happening, and I think she was trying to keep everyone um, calm and everything. But yeah, he just passed away this year, and it's really sad. Um, so yeah, a lot of them are getting up there. So I'm glad I got to meet Tom Atkins at the convention, and a lot of those names. Um, uh, yeah, it's definitely an experience I'll never forget. It's the most fun I've had in my life was that convention. Um, it's just hard for anything to be better than that. Harder for anything to surpass that. How great that was, meeting so many horror icons, and to also take a picture with Michael Myers in Halloween 2, the original Halloween 2. Um, I got to take a picture with him in a spot where he actually filmed a scene in Halloween 2, where the scene where he's walking to Haddonfield Memorial Hospital, and he bumps into the guy with the radio, and he's like walking, this one camera shot that's moving with him, and it all the way to where it says Haddonfield Memorial Hospital, this way. Um, uh, that spot there is where I took a picture with him when I met him in Pasadena. And it was when everyone was on their lunch break um, during the tour. We all ate at Starbucks and stuff, and he was taking pics outside, and I was like, "Can I please take a picture with you? Oh my God, you're my favorite Michael Myers." I couldn't believe it, and I got to take a picture with him, live in the spot where he filmed a scene too. Was that's yeah, that was pretty amazing. But that's my 4K Blu-rays. Majority of them. I mean, I have of course this, the Halloween box sets. Oh, I got four more. Yeah, I can show these as well. Okay. Halloween 4. This is this was the last Halloween 4K Blu-ray that I got after Halloween 2. Um, was Halloween 4, and I saw the re-release of this on the big screen as well. This year, I saw it with my friends. We went to a 35 millimeter projection of it, where they played it in its original format, where they had to have we had to have an intermission for them to change the film because it was film. It wasn't digital. They were presenting it to us, and so I got to see it in its original film grain and its original color grading, and it was so cool to see it how it looked in 1988. Like that was amazing. So yeah, this comes with 2 discs, comes with the new 4K transfer and 1080, and comes with all the bonus features from all the previous DVDs and Blu-rays. So this was a great pickup to get. Um, Really, they did very Screen Factory did a great job with um, the Halloween 4Ks overall. Overall, they did a great job. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. This is my favorite comedy. Um, and I'm not like a huge fan of comedies, but I do love certain comedies, and these are one of my favorite comedies. I just love this ever since I was a kid. I remember watching this as a kid, and it's one of those. It's just one of those classics, you know. It doesn't ever get old. Um, and I watch it every year. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. John Candy, Steve Martin. There's just the chemistry they had. It's such a great film, and definitely my favorite John Hughes movie. Of the movies John Hughes has done. This is definitely my favorite of all that he's made. Then there's Scream, the original Scream. It's the 25th anniversary 4K Blu-ray. Still looks great. This is when it came with the bonus features of Scream 5. You know, the behind the scenes of Scream 5. And then comes with the disc, the mask. It's just very simplistic and iconic, and I love that. So the original Scream, can't go wrong with the original movie. And I'm very much looking forward to 4K of Scream 4. I just hope that it looks good, because I've heard a lot of bad things about the remaster for the 4K for Scream 4, because what Wes Craven did with the filter is they were trying to do like that remake thing at the time, and he put filter on there, like digitally added, like it was like CGI added, like such so bad the filter he added, where like they couldn't take it out and put it in filter. Uh, uh, I mean, it does not sound good. And I hope that it turns out to be a really good 4K Blu-ray, and I hope that the filter is gone, because if you look at the trailer for it, like the first trailer, the first like 2 trailers that came out for Scream 4, the movie didn't have that filter. It looked like a Scream movie. So I would love to see the movie in uh I would love to see it look like the first 3 movies, and not that filter that it was given. Because that yeah, nobody likes that filter. So um Scream 2 re-releases of the Scream movies on the big screen. They haven't re-released Scream 3, which, you know, that's not my favorite of the series either. But I think that should still get a re-release. I think all of the first 3 movies should all be re-released on the big screen. Um, but I'm glad that they re-released the first 2 mainly, and that those got re-releases, and those look really good too, as well. And it was a fun audience to be with the first Scream film. That was a fun re-release audience, because that was also during pandemic. It was 2021, so it was a fun time to ever be with an audience at all. Um, so that was really cool. And then Halloween 5. This was the first Halloween 4K Blu-ray I ever got. Ever. This was the first one, and the reason I got this one first is because it came with all these bonus features. It came with the most bonus features, all the 4Ks that they were at the time of Halloween. And the biggest one was the alternate opening of Halloween 5. It was opening that we've never seen before, and they did everything to restore that original opening It's still a deleted scene and everything, but you get to see footage that people never got to see until this came out, and it was really cool. It was really cool. I mean, it made more sense than the old man watching him for a year. The whole. I mean, it just um, it definitely makes more sense. But you see, like Halloween 5, like we're coming up with this idea, and went and did this and did that. Where obviously this was rushed. Halloween 5 was very rushed, and obviously it was not the movie Halloween 4 was. But it still has a following, still has a audience. There's still, just people that love it, and so that's good. All right, sorry I missed out on your comments. Definitely check out Monster Mania Con in Cherry Hill and Philadelphia. They always have some good guests through the Cherry Hill. One has outgrown their venue, but they refuse to move for some reason. Okay, I'll have to definitely check that out. Um, yeah, if you could send me a link to that, Zach, I greatly appreciate that. Wait, how are your Halloween Scream Factory ones and slip covers and not the hard cardboard sleeves? I don't know, Zach. You tell me. That's how they came through Amazon. Um, that's just how they are. Um, so I don't know what else to tell you. um, unless saw how you took them out. I don't know, maybe. I mean, what does this not look like the Halloween 5 Blu-ray that you have? Like, is there something I'm missing here? I thought this is how it came. I mean, no. I mean, from what I've seen, anyone else that's had these, it looks the same. So, yeah, but oh, well, the Halloween 4 one. Yeah, the Halloween 4 one, that was the one that I most got recently with the Halloween 2. So if they change it with the Halloween 4 4K Blu-ray, then maybe that explains it. But um, yeah, I believe what I got was from Scream Factory, and it's how same way that everyone got theirs, Blu-ray. So yeah, I have like over 20 4K Blu-rays now. I feel good that I have collected a decent amount of 4K Blu-rays now. Um, because in the beginning, anytime you're starting a collection of a new physical media, it's like, where do I start? And it always takes time, before you can really build your 4K collection. And it's nice to see it expand more and more, see it grow more and more. And just watching movies in that format is amazing. I mean, not there's still 1080p Blu-rays that look amazing. There's still DVDs that look good. But 4K HDR UHD, Blu-ray takes it to a whole new level, and you just get this picture and sound that I've never seen before out of these movies. It's great to them see these movies in higher quality and higher format. To see more colors, especially if like the movie was very visual. If it was shot very visual, it's perfect for um, 4K HDR is perfect for movies that involve a lot of colors, and but movies that look very cinematic. Um, I have 715 4K discs and 824 Blu-rays. Wow. Good for you, Zach. Wow, that's a lot of 4Ks. Yeah, I don't have as many 4Ks as that. I also own movies like digitally as well, so that also is prevents me from owning more movies on Blu-ray. Also, it's also harder to um, get 4K. Um, uh, uh, because 4K Blu-rays because Best Buy got rid of their Blu-rays, so it's not like I can go to Best Buy and get Blu-rays anymore from them. Um, I think Target they stopped. It's only Walmart now that they'll sell 4K Blu-rays. It's very you're very limited on where you can find 4K Blu-rays. It's very much something you have to order online. You can't just go to a store and look at all these 4Ks and pick one up. Um, so it's a lot more. Um, and I don't know, I miss buying physical media at a store. I miss despite my anxiety and everything. I love that experience of seeing the case and the movie that I'm going to get it, and then you go to the checkout and you pay for it, and then you have that movie forever. And when you open it up, like you have the disc, it could come with a booklet, it could come with other things for the movie, and a digital code, and you get way more than if you would have just owned the movie digitally. So it's just not the same ordering it online as when I would buy these Blu-rays at a store. So hopefully Best Buy, they bring back 4K Blu-rays and just wherever they discontinue them, that they just bring them back because physical media is still doing well. Barnes and Noble still has a decent selection, especially for Criterion collections, but they intentionally jack their prices up. Yeah, yeah, just not the same. Blu-ray shopping was different. In like 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011. That was the time where Blu-rays were a thing, and people were buying Blu-rays all the time, and people were renting Blu-rays. And now, we've become much more digital, which is it's been convenient in many ways, but also at the same time, physical media it's been a part of my life and so many people's lives for forever. And it's just hard to imagine a world without physical media. It's hard to imagine, when a new movie comes out, a new video game, and you get that disc, and you get that case, that you know, the images. I mean, everything. You get the whole experience, and to not have that, just own it digitally. It's exciting, but it's not the same excitement. It's not the same feeling. Um, so I never want to see physical media go away. I want to see it stay. And I know that it's not as relevant as it once was, but I hope that uh, future generations can keep physical media going. I mean, I can't predict, where physical media is going to go. I can't guarantee, but I hope that it stays strong because um, physical media is really special and it means a lot to a lot of people. So there's a Blu-ray shop at the Q Mart in Quakertown that has a really great collection. Oh, that's cool. No, Aaron, I don't have a PlayStation 5. But I have an Xbox Series S, which still works great. I'm still happy with it. Um, and uh, we are so close to the PS6. I just feel like, what's the point? Honestly, I'd rather wait for the PlayStation 6. By this point, if I don't have a PS5 now, like, and they were so hard to get for so long, I just gave up on looking for a PS5. So I'm just waiting until the PS6. So even though, I mean, the PS5's cool, and it came with that cool like update, where you can turn on when you turn on your console, it's the PS1 startup, and it's got like the PS2 or PS3, kind of layout, and you can choose PS4. I mean, that is super sick. That is super cool. But then Sony's only offering that for a short amount of time, rather than that being something a DLC that you can buy, on the marketplace and all that. Um, so that's what's too bad about that. I got Xbox Series X and just got PlayStation Pro. Cool, good for you. Yeah, I mean it's important to upgrade, but I mean I have a PS4, I have an Xbox One X, um, and I have the renewed Xbox 360, and I have a 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray player. So a Series S is fine to me because I already have other consoles and a great 4K Blu-ray player. So the Series X, I don't feel as rushed to go get that, especially physical media. It's just like games aren't being sold as much as they used to, on disc. But yeah, in the future, I do plan to get a future PlayStation console. Which 4K player do I have? It's a Sony 4K Blu-ray player. I can't quite remember like the 100% like what the model was. I can check if I have the box still down here. All right, so this is what I got. This was a Sony UBPX700 Ultra HD Blu-ray DVD player. And it comes with Dolby Vision, 4K HDR, comes with Netflix, YouTube. Um, uh, it comes with Vudu, Fandango at home, Amazon Prime. But it doesn't have like Disney Plus on there. It doesn't have Hulu. It doesn't have HBO Max. It doesn't have Max on there. But you do get a lot with it. It comes with all these different features like Blue 3D, Blu-ray, DVD, all these different like formats, files. You can use a USB drive if you want, like for your videos. Um, uh, Comes with Dolby Audio, DTS Master Audio. So it's really, really great. HDR10. Uh, this isn't like a new 4K Blu-ray player. I say this is a model that came out probably in 2019, 2020, 2021, probably around there because it's Dolby Vision. So Dolby Vision wasn't a thing till the 2020s, really. So yeah, I found a really good deal on this earlier this year. It was like I think it was refurbished. It wasn't that expensive, thankfully. I found a really good one. It's just I had to do that because um I got sick of my Xbox One not playing my 4K. Just so confused why so many discs weren't working, and it's like I have all these 4K Blu-rays, but I can't watch any of them. I can only watch only 3 or 4 of them because I got tired of reading what it would say on the screen. Can't read, insert another disc or whatever, and it would drive me crazy, and I would like consistently take out the disc, put it back in, maybe put the disc in this side, maybe that'll do something. No, so uh, yeah, I had to get a separate 4K Blu-ray player. But the PS, you're good though if you have the PS5 though. PS5 I've heard is a good 4K Blu-ray player, and will definitely play all of 4K Blu-ray that Xbox Series X or One X will not play. Um, Microsoft will rip you off because I got ripped off with the One X. I tell you that. When it comes to movies, yeah, it's not a 4K Blu-ray player. It's a 1080p Blu-ray player. Um, that only plays maybe 3 to 4 4K discs. So if you're an Xbox One X owner or Series X owner, and that's your only 4K Blu-ray player, highly recommend that you go out and get another 4K Blu-ray player because that is not going to do any good for you in the long end of your Blu-rays um, at all. So I had the X800, but it kept freezing, so I then decided to bite the bullet and get the Panasonic UB820. That's an amazing player, but it's starting to fail doesn't play the 100 GB discs well anymore. Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Because I mean, I hear a lot of good things about Panasonic. I mean, I've always heard good things about Panasonic, that they're like that they're the best Blu-ray player aside from Sony. That Panasonic and Sony are the best Blu-ray players. And I heard LG they're gonna stop selling 4K Blu-rays. LG is like they're done. But the LG Blu-rays never really did well. I don't remember people really owning LG Blu-ray players. People would have either the Panasonic or the Sony or Samsung or the PS3, simply the PS3. So yeah, LG, I could see them longer making them, but yeah, they stopped selling LG players in the states a while ago. Yeah, yeah, it was just guess it was time. But I had to get a Sony one, because I wanted to get the best, and just when I see that Sony Blu-ray player, it's like, what other company am I gonna get? I mean, I love Panasonic, but Sony, it's just, uh, especially I don't have a Sony TV as well. I don't have a Sony 4K TV. I have a TCL 4K TV, so I wanted the best experience I could get from a 4K Blu-ray player. And I'm not disappointed at all. It's a great Blu-ray player. It runs really well, plays the discs great. I play it. The playback is 24 frames per second, not 60 frames. They recommend not to upscale because if you're watching already a 4K Blu-ray, there's no need to upscale it because it's already 4K. Um, and to not have it at 60 frames per second because if you have it at any of those settings, it can skip the disc, it can freeze the disc, it can slow the disc down, and make you think that there's an issue with the disc when really it's the player, it's the playback issues that you're having. It's the way your settings are set up on it. So I looked all that up when I got my 4K Blu-ray player because I wanted to make sure I would not get confused anywhere or lost because I certainly do not want to feel that way when I'm watching a 4K Blu-ray. I don't know how to use the remote. The remote they give you is very interesting. It's not a super like, fancy one or anything. It looks like this. It's small. Like I have hands, and so like it's very easy for me to press the wrong button and for the disc to mess up or whatever. So I have to be very careful when I use this remote because it's a small remote, but it still gets the job done and everything. But I do wish that that remote was a little bit bigger. I wonder if they do sell, a remote that is bigger for that same uh, Blu-ray because I would not mind getting a bigger remote for it. You should get a Samsung 4K Blu-ray. Uh, I haven't heard really too many good things about the Samsung 4Ks actually. The thing I hate the most on the Sony players is you have to manually turn Dolby Vision on and off if the disc requires it. Yeah, um, yeah, Sony does do that. Yeah, it's not a automatic thing that's just there. It's something that you have to install with the console. I mean, sorry, not the console, with the player. So, um, yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of a 4K Samsung Blu-ray. Yeah, because I don't think um the 1080p ones were received well. So I think Panasonic and Sony are the main ones now
for 4K Blu-rays, for 4K Blu-ray players. But they were always the best anyway. So I think it's the whole competition element. You don't have this company trying this 4K Blu-ray player, this company like if you go back to the Blu-ray era, when everybody was trying to get everyone was trying to get involved, be a part of the Blu-ray, hype, and every company wanted to sell their own version of Blu-ray. So I mean, it was even bigger back with DVDs and VHS. The amount of different DVD players, VCRs that that companies created because they wanted to make that profit. I don't see that as much for 4K Blu-rays, so I do get concerned there, especially that we're getting more and more digital. Um, for someone, I thought they still made them. No, they don't make them anymore, Aaron. No. I've been talking on here a lot longer than I thought I was going to. It originally was a stream that was going to be 7 p.m. to 9. But I'm glad that it went on. Stream has gone on for 5 hours, and it's done really well. I've had Zach, I've had Aaron, I've had people tune in on this live stream. People like it. Uh, I'm really, really happy about that. Because my previous live streams did not do so well. So I'm really happy about this. And learning, to pick the right night. It's all on finding the right day for it. And I almost feel like creating a group, like a group chat of certain subscribers like Zach and certain people, and like finding out everyone's time. Whenever I live stream. So whenever I live stream, I know that like the people in that group will tune in, and it won't be a blank live stream where nobody's tuned in. Because it takes a lot for me to live stream. Like I can't just live stream with my anxiety and stuff. It's intense, and but if I know that people are tuning in, if I know that, um, then it makes me feel better. Um, but like when I create a live stream and no one joins, no one's talking to me, sitting there for 2 hours, that's the worst. I think I'll stay on the live stream for like another 10 minutes or so, because I'm sure I have to get going and stuff. Um, uh, I don't want to keep this live stream up until midnight. So I'd say 11:15. I'll end it 11:15, latest 11:20, and then I'll end the stream there. Because I'm having fun. This was a lot of fun. Um, so also I noticed that like when live streams like at the very end of the year tend to get the most responses. That's when people are I guess more available during like Christmas break. Like during the holidays. Where people aren't working as much. Maybe people just have more available time. I don't know, but I know that like Wednesday nights, Thursday nights are good nights to pick. Um, so it's just picking the right times for uh, to live stream. But yeah, if I had like messages from a bunch of like subscribers, like a group chat of subscribers, and let them know like when I was gonna live stream, and then they all know like that. I think that'd be way better than just me have everyone set a reminder, a week ahead of time or whatever that I'm gonna live stream. No, Aaron, I'm good. You don't have to send me your number. I'm good. Please don't put your number on the live stream.
Okay. Yeah, Zach, you know what I'll do is I'll let you know, ahead of time whenever I'm live streaming, and if you're available, if you're available that night, if that's a good night, and I'll ask other subscribers as well. And then maybe if I can, include you guys in some sort of group chat at some point, down the line, and see how that works maybe. Um, because like a lot of people when they live stream, there were 10 people already tuned in, 20 people tuned in, So uh, it definitely, your live stream looks better, when you have people join right away too. So Zach, what are your plans for the new year? Oh, that's awesome, Aaron. I'm glad you've watched new Ghostface twice. Yeah, new Ghostface is finally here. And that's so awesome. The movie's here. I wrote that script, new Ghostface, in April, um, and May, uh, April to June of 2023. Filmed the announcement trailer at the end of July, and then started filming the movie at the end of August, and then completed filming the movie originally in the beginning of October of 2023, and then filmed reshoots that February of 2024, uh, at April of 2024, and a couple other reshoots, small reshoots, um, and that was a long process. And then I filmed a Nightmare on Elm Street fan film called Rise of Elm Street, right after New Ghostface. It was after I got surgery right after filming New Ghostface, and then I filmed Rise of Elm Street after my surgery, and then didn't go back to New Ghostface, editing it. Uh, uh, didn't edit the movie until the end of July this year. Um, but I've been editing since the end of July. So it was like the end of July till December uh, 14th, 15th, 16th. It was one of those. I think it was December 14th. Yeah, that was the final day putting it together. Because I had to go back and make some final touches on it, some very little changes on it throughout time. I would just when I thought I was done editing the movie, I would look back and I would say, I think I could change this. I think maybe I could change that. I could fix this here. Um, 'Cause I didn't want the movie to be like rushed edited. I wanted to take my time putting the movie together and for it to be the best fan film it could possibly be. Um, it's just one of those movies where you have to edit it good. If it's not edited good, it's not going to turn out as well. I've learned that editing is everything for a movie. It's all in how a movie is edited. And if a movie isn't edited good, it usually the movie doesn't turn out good. Because with editing, you're picking the best takes from those actors, the best takes from those scenes, and I mean you're choosing that, when you're editing. And in the editing room, you decide, what's the best take and what to keep, what to get rid of, and then you see, what can be changed, what can maybe be reshot, and what you can learn, for as a filmmaker. What I didn't get right for this film, okay, I'll get right for the next movie. Um, Going to my friend's house, he doesn't have cable, so we can't see the Times Square ball drop. So we always have to watch the Nashville New Year's Eve special That's funny. Oh, your friend doesn't have cable. Oh, man, and that's the best part is the time where a ball drop. That's what's when I know that I'm in the new year. That's when my mind and body tells me you were in the new year. You were in a fresh new year. And the previous year just ended. I mean, that's where you really feel that as we see the ball drop. And just my whole life seeing it. Do you realize you got 2K subscribers? Yes, I do. I'm very grateful. I hope to get 3K subscribers, 4K subscribers, 5K subscribers. I hope that it. I would love to get 10K subscribers next year. I would love that. I don't know if that'll happen, but that would be amazing. That would be pretty cool. But I just have to continue my channel. I got to keep it going, keep the content going, and and deliver, of course. Because the more I deliver, the more subscribers I'll get, better responses I'll get from people. So it's keeping up with quality and just making sure um, I do the best I can with my channel. That I make it the best it can be for people. We also realize we miss it because the stream we watch is always like 30 seconds behind actual time. We learn after 4 years. Well, hey, lets us know that we're not living in, a very, very futuristic time. You know, um, we're not in this like futuristic era. Where all that's in the past. We still live in a time where we're 30 seconds off. We have bad Wi-Fi. Bluetooth connection issues. I mean, we still have that, and we're reminded that we don't live in such a futuristic time. Like I think we think we do sometimes because there's AI and all these new things. Um, but when I run into a Wi-Fi problem or something, it takes me back to 2009, 2008, 2007, 2010. Just takes me back to that time when I first experienced Wi-Fi, and there's still issues with Wi-Fi. I go places and some places you wouldn't think would have Wi-Fi issues have the worst Wi-Fi issues. So um, yeah, so we don't live in such a futuristic time like we think yet, which is not a bad thing. Um, 2025 going to be interesting year. Oh yeah, it's probably best way I could probably phrase of how I think next year is going to be. It's interesting. I think the word interesting is very fitting. Interesting year. Yeah, yeah, interesting. It's going to be an interesting and tough 4 years. Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't like to like talk too much about all that on my my live streams or just on my YouTube channel in general. I mean, if you're my fan, I mean, if you're like my friends on Instagram or on Facebook, you know my stance on things. But my platform, my YouTube channel, it's only for my movies. It's for entertainment. It's for other things outside of what's going on in our world. I like to separate them because my channel is for entertainment. It's not for uh, other stuff like that. So um, yeah. Oh, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that.
What's your guys' most anticipated movie of 2025? Aaron says he's looking forward to Scream 7. It's not till 2026 though, Aaron. That's February 2026, I believe. Scream 7 comes out. I don't think that's until uh, February of 2026. So I don't think that's a 2025 movie. It's gonna be filmed next year, yes, but they're not releasing it next year. It'd be nice if they could get out in December. You know, I mean, first Scream movie came out in December. Second one came out in December. Just release it in December. You know, yes, it comes out in 2026. So I'm asking, what is your most anticipated movie of next year, 2025, not 2026? Superman for sure. Also Saw 11. Yeah, I'm excited for Superman. That was very impressive. I liked it because it was very Richard Donner, like the first two Superman movies. You know, the early films, that nostalgia, the retroness. But not only that is it just captures the heart of Superman. It captures the hope of Superman, the way people look up to Superman. He's not this dark, morbid, depressing character. He's not Batman, you know. So it's nice to see him in a film, Superman in a movie where it looks like a Superman movie. Doesn't look like this Dark Knight approach or style. It looks like a Superman film. And it's long overdue that we've gotten a Superman movie. Because even Superman Returns, that was awful. So we haven't had a true Superman movie since Superman 2. And I feel like this is going to be the closest to the first two movies, the original first two films. Uh, when it comes to just a separate standalone Superman movie, it just gives me that when I watch the trailer, and it feels like Superman. It just feels like that world, Metropolis. Just really feel that, and you see it. And sadly, it just Zack Snyder. I mean, he had his own vision for Superman, and Henry Cavill was great. Don't get me wrong. But Superman's just not a dark character. I know it's different comics, of the character. I know there's different iterations, blah blah blah. But no, Superman is not meant to be this super dark, serious character all the time. You can try new things with the character, of course, and go different routes. But any kind of rebooted, story of Superman, it should start out lighthearted. It should start out fun before you try these different other approaches for the story for Superman's world. Um, but yeah, Saw 11. I'm very excited for Saw 11. Even though I heard that that could possibly it could be delayed or canceled. I've heard a lot of bad stuff about Saw 11 recently. So I worry for the Saw franchise. Um, Zack Schneider, Zack Schneider was the absolute worst person Warner Bros. Could have picked to build a universe. Yeah, when it comes to Superman, yeah. Let's just say, like, Henry Cavill Superman movies were a separate, it was a different director and it was a different style and it was more like James Gunn's, Richard Donner, Superman, you know, and people got to say two Superman movies that were Superman films. And then Zack Snyder comes along and wants to do something with the Justice League, and with that character, and then doing something dark with Superman would then work. I feel like then because audiences would be open minded to it. It wouldn't be all just like thrown at you, you know. Um,
And yeah, a lot of people love Man of Steel, but that's where it all went wrong, though. Was Man of Steel? Man of Steel is where it went wrong. Um, it was a rough start already for Superman. I mean, that's the honestly, Man of Steel is one of my least favorite superhero movies ever. Um, uh, I and I know a lot of people love it. I know, but it's does not hold up. It didn't hold up when I first saw it in 2013. It does not hold up now. It just doesn't. So um, we are long overdue for a true Superman movie, a Superman film. That's not the Dark Knight approach or this or that. That it's just Superman, and I think James Gunn is going to give us that. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. That my move. That's your most anticipated of 2025. Okay. Yeah, the Final Destination movie. It's not final. Sorry, the final Mission Impossible movie is next year. That's crazy. I remember when Mission Impossible first came out, when it was like a new series, a new movie series. Um, uh, I remember the first one being so popular with people, and I would play on HBO all the time. And um, I had to think now that it's the last one is coming out, and I'm going to be 30. I feel old in many ways. But hey, Zach, like, it's okay that you love Man of Steel and stuff, like, that's fine. You love what you love, that's just my opinion about the movie. Um, just because I hate the movie doesn't mean that I'm mad that you like the movie. I mean, like, no. Final Destination 6 is next year as well. Potentially be Tony Todd's final film unless he films something else. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Final Destination 6. I've never seen a Final Destination movie on the big screen. I was too young when those movies were coming out, and um, they're very entertaining, and it's a concept that's very scary because the villain of those movies is death itself. There's really no villain in Final Destination. It's it's death, and and yeah, so that's very effective and um, yeah, it's just a very effective series. But I hope the sixth one is a lot like the first one. I hope that they can go back to the tone of the first film a lot. Um, and Tony Todd, rest in peace. Really, that still bumps me out. Is one of my favorites, and he was just in the new Indiana Jones video game that came out. I've just started playing that. It's good. Um, I've been playing that for a while. It's long, but it's good. It reminds me of the Emperor's Tomb that I played as a kid back in 2003. It feels like a modern day of that. I just wish that it was all third person and not just first person. I mean, I like that it goes back to third person when you're like climbing up ladders and certain things. But I just wish it would have been all third person, but I still really, really like the game. I'm not done with it yet, but it's great Tony Todd's in it, and it was great to see him in the game. Um, and that's awesome that he's in Final Destination 6. I mean, that's that he filmed so many movies before he died. I mean, that's always intense, when actors like 4 to 5 movies come out after they die. And it feels like they're still here, because you get a movie from them this month, and a few months later this movie, and then a few months later this movie, and then a year later this movie. And it's like, you feel like that person's still around. It's not AI, it's still it's them, it's their work that they left behind. And so there's always something very powerful about that and deep about that. Um, Avatar 3 is next December, but we all know,
and Avatar release date is never set until there's at least a trailer. Yeah. You know what James Cameron should have done? He made Avatar 2 movies like he did with Terminator. It should have been a two-parter kind of story where the second one should have been the Me to Avatar and should have been, it should have had a beginning, middle, and end to it and leave it at that. Avatar, make it two movies, and that's it. Um, and then James Cameron to move on and work on something else, that isn't Avatar. You know, um, it just would be great if James Cameron would make a movie that's not Avatar. I mean, he's such a better filmmaker than that. You know, I mean, when I saw the first one, visually it's amazing. It's amazing. The 3D, that was one of the first like 3D movies, probably the first 3D movie I ever saw, like ever in the theater, and that was intense, and it was really great 3D, and it was an experience that you go on. And that part of it was amazing. But the story itself, it's okay, and the performances are okay. It's just it's not the same James Cameron, It's not the same James Cameron that he used to be. And I miss his movies before Avatar. I miss the James Cameron before Avatar. And but he's gonna continue on making these Avatar movies. He said I think he wants Avatar to be his Star Wars. Like he wants it to be a franchise that continues on and on and on and on. It doesn't ever stop. Um, so uh, I mean, it would be great if Avatar would even be a trilogy. If he literally ended it with the third one, and it would be like a trilogy. Like, okay, cool, because that's like then three long 3-hour movies, and it's just hard to imagine a third movie from James Cameron of any movie series. He's never done the third one, you know. So for him to do this would be his first like three, It's James Cameron's first three, You ever any first time you ever see that like Avatar 3? I mean, just the number three. He may not even call it Avatar 3, It'll probably be called Avatar something something, But that's his second sequel, to a series that he's done, and that's definitely first time. But I just hope after Avatar 3 that he can tell a new story, create a new world, and not stick to Avatar, forever. The Batman is delayed until 2027. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about that. The title is Avatar: Fire and Ash. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I wonder what that means for the plot, the movie. What that means, because the second one it was like all to be about water, underwater, and the performance capture. That was the big thing about the second one. It was called Way of the Water, right? Avatar: Way of the Water. Um, so calling it Fire and Ash means that it's a different storyline. Sounds like it'll be a war movie. Sounds like it'll be war. If it, Fire and Ash, I mean, it sounds like it'll be a very action-packed movie. Hey, it could be awesome. All we know, you know. So, Aaron, I have been thinking about that streaming video games for a long time. I have to have the right software for that because I'm not a PC gamer. I'm a console gamer. Um, I've just played on consoles my whole life, portable consoles. I just love playing on a console. I just love that console experience. I love using a controller. I just love that. And even virtual reality, I love the MetaQuest VR. I love it. I love all that. But like streaming, video games, I would have to play them through my Mac, or I'd have to get a Windows computer and a PC, and have to get those games on Windows and play them that way. Because I don't know how to screen share my TV and my console, with when I'm live streaming through my computer. I don't know how to do that share screen stuff. I don't know how to do that when it comes to something like that. Um, not everyone does. No, not everyone knows how to do that either. It's still new, for a lot of people. I would imagine, and I'm from '95, so I'm good with technology, but I'm also not good with technology. So, and that's just one of those. I don't know how to do it. I need someone to literally like guide me step by step of how to do that, because I wouldn't know where to start. But I would love to. I've been wanting to do that forever, is to live stream for you guys, like game on my channel. Not all the time, but here and there, like maybe, like Splinter Cell, Resident Evil, um, just something that I love, Grand Theft Auto, uh, just any video game where I could share my screen to you guys and play, and you guys could watch me live, as I play. I would love that. I would love to do that for Grand Theft Auto 6. You know what? And, I will do everything I can leading up to Grand Theft Auto 6 to figure out how to do that, because I would love to play it live for you guys, play it the first time, and you guys watch my reaction live. I mean, that would be epic. That'd be amazing. Um, so I'll have to look into that this year and figure out exactly how to do all that, because I do want to do that for GTA 6. I do. Because that obviously is the most hyped video game ever. Everyone's talking about it. It'll be the most talked about video game for a long, long time. And it's probably one of the most hyped anything in history. And this is still just the beginning, too. I mean, the hype is just going to get bigger and bigger. So we still haven't gotten the second trailer yet, So it's gonna be huge. It's gonna be huge. When do you think GTA 6 will come out? Oh, I'd say September, um, September to November of 2025. I think it'll come out in that time. GTA 5 was the end of September in 2013, so that's why I'd say the end of September. Um, and also how much money it made when it came out, GTA 5. Um, and then, but then October would make sense too, because majority of Grand Theft Auto games have gotten October release dates. GTA 3, Vice City, San Andreas, um, are all given October release dates. GTA 4, that was April of 2000, 2008, but originally I think that was supposed to come out in November of 2007. So I can see it being in that span of like September to November, because I don't see them releasing it in December. There's also Red Dead Redemption 2 was November 2018, I believe. Um, November 2018 it came out. So I could see Rockstar releasing this in that September to November uh, time. I don't see it any later. I don't see them dropping this game out in like right before Christmas, or at the beginning of the new year. I don't see them releasing it at the beginning of 26. I see this in that September to November range. I have a gut feeling we are not going to. It's not going to be delayed any further than that. I truly believe that it's going to come out the end of this year. We're going to get it this fall. Sorry, next fall. We're going to get it next fall, and it's going to be an amazing game. So I have hope, especially that the trailer came out, last year, and they're already so far in the game, that honestly I think they're further in the game than we think they are. I don't think there's obviously things Rockstar, they're not going to tell us about the game.
how far in they are, how not far they're in, So, um, but I do think that it's going to be coming out next year. When would PS6, um, PlayStation 6 will come out? Do you think if GTA 6 will come out same day as PlayStation 6? You know what? Anything's possible because also Rockstar works heavily with Sony. They always have since the beginning because I think it was only Sony that would distribute the Grand Theft Auto games at the time because they were ahead of its time. It was very violent and everything, and it was only Sony that wanted it. So they have collaborated for a very long time. Sony and Rockstar, uh, PlayStation and Rockstar. They have had a very strong relationship. So I could see that. I could see um, PS6, having an exclusive uh, with GTA 6. I mean, it's so fitting. GTA 6 in a bundle with the PlayStation 6. But the PlayStation 6 has to be announced first. I mean, it has to have a trailer. It has to have a release date. But if let's just say a trailer comes out for the PS6, spring of next year, and it says fall 2026, you can get your first, console of the PS6. Then yeah, I truly believe that. But even if the PS6 doesn't come out next year and GTA 6 comes out for, obviously PS5 and everything, there's definitely a guarantee of a bundle at some point in the future, because Rockstar is going to do a remaster for the PS6 automatically, of course. They did remaster for, I mean, for the Xbox One, they did a remaster for GTA 5. And then for the Series S and X and the PS5, they did a remaster of the PS4, of course. So they've done a remaster every single generation of consoles that the GTA 5 has been on. So they're going to do the same for GTA 6 as they did for GTA 5. It's inevitable. Rockstar will do that. Um, be very surprising if they didn't. So, all right, guys. I hate to end the chat, but it's been an amazing 4 hours with you guys. I'm truly grateful for this. Thank you all so much. But I think I'm going to conclude live stream for tonight. New Ghostface Q&A. Thank you all for coming to the live chat. Thank you all for the questions. Thank you guys for talking about all these movies and everything. I'm going to keep the stream. Don't worry. The stream's not going anywhere. Um, and I'm this was wonderful. I'm really glad that y'all joined and I got to talk about New Ghostface and other movies. Got to talk more about Rise of Elm Street. And I will keep you guys updated more and more about Rise of Elm Street. I'm now in the editing process for that movie. Finally, I'm in the editing process for that film. Very excited for you guys to see that movie. It's my first Nightmare on Elm Street fan film for Freddy Krueger. Like it's very exciting. I'm very excited for you guys to see that movie. And the movie's already shot, so it's just editing the movie, and it's going to be coming out in April. And um, there'll be trailers for it, of course, and more updates, and I'll have a live stream for it and everything. And it won't be released during the holidays, so it'll be easier to like have live streams for it and a premiere and all that for the movie. So I'm really grateful for that, and I'm very excited for editing Rise of Elm Street and for you guys to see what I have in store. And good stream. Have a good rest of your night. I'm gonna get started on my rewatch now. All right, Zach. Well, I hope you enjoy rewatching all the Scream movies. Feel free to comment on the other old Scream fan films, even though I know those movies have been uploaded for years. Feel free to post a comment, new one if you want. Uh, you know, maybe your opinion about it years later. Have a different perspective about those movies years later. I would love to hear that. Love to hear what you think I got right the most and what I got wrong the most of those movies. But up to you. But regardless, I hope you enjoy them.
Thank you, Aaron, for joining. Thank everyone for joining this live stream. This was super fun. I hope everyone has a great new year. I will see you all in 2025. All right. Talk to y'all soon. Peace.